You're listening to Dr. Gloom, a quiet place for the deep, the dark, and the mysterious. Settle in. Let the room dim. Breathe slowly. These stories are meant to drift with you towards sleep. If you enjoy spending the night here, please like, share, and subscribe. Your support keeps the shadows alive. Tonight, we wean into a quiet descent into the unknown. Softly, slowly, without hurry. The Hollow House. I had not thought much of the Hollow House at the end of our street until I was home for the summer after my first year of college. Its weathered boards leaned against one another like weary bones, and the windows were dark, almost mournful. They had been painted over long ago, and the peeling white facade gave the structure a shroud-like appearance. Children in the neighborhood whispered of it, their voices carrying a mix of fear and fascination. But it was the children's stories that I found myself recalling as the oppressive summer days dragged on. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, I felt an inexplicable urge to walk down that street, to see the house up close. The air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle, clinging to my skin as I approached the gate that had long since lost its paint. It creaked open with a gentle push, as if inviting me in. I hesitated, feeling the warmth of the fading day on my back, but curiosity pulled me through. The yard was overgrown, weeds twisting in wild abandon, intertwining with what remained of a garden that might have once flourished. There were remnants of flowers, dried petals scattered like forgotten memories, and I could almost hear the echoes of laughter from children who once played in the sun. I stepped carefully through the tall grass, the blades whispering against my legs, and reached the porch, which sagged under the weight of years. The door stood ajar, a thin gap revealing darkness beyond, as if the house were exhaling a breath it had held for too long. I reached out to push it open, the wood rough against my palm, and it swung inward with a soft groan. Dust motes danced in the dwindling light, swirling in the musty air, each particle a reminder of the time that had passed in this forgotten space. Inside, the air was cool, laced with the scent of mildew and decay. I took a step into the living room, where the floorboards creaked beneath me, protesting my intrusion. The walls were adorned with faded wallpaper, patterns of flowers long since faded to a dull, lifeless hue. A fireplace stood at one end, filled with ash that had not been disturbed for years. I could almost hear the crackling of a long-dead fire, the warmth of its glow wrapping around me like an embrace. As I moved further in, I noticed the furniture scattered about, a sofa, its fabric torn and frayed, a chair that seemed to lean into the wall for support. Each piece held the weight of stories untold, and I felt an undeniable pull toward them. My fingers brushed against the arm of the chair, the fabric worn smooth by countless hours of quiet solitude. In the corner, a staircase spiraled upward, the steps beckoning me like a siren's call. I climbed slowly, each step creaking underfoot, and paused on the landing. A hallway stretched before me, darkened doorways on either side. I felt the chill of the air deepen, wrapping around me like a cold hand. The silence was palpable, pressing against my ears, a reminder that I was not alone in this space. I hesitated at the first door, its wood splintered and warped, but the curiosity grew too strong. I pushed it open to reveal a small bedroom, its window boarded shut, the air thick with dust. A bed lay against the wall, the sheets yellowed with age, and a dresser stood nearby, its mirror cracked. I stepped inside, feeling the weight of the room close in around me. As I turned to leave, a faint sound caught my attention, a whisper, soft and fleeting, as though carried on a breath of wind. I paused, straining to listen, but the room fell silent once more. Perhaps it was just the house settling, I thought, a trick of the old wood. I made my way down the hall, exploring each room with the reverence one might reserve for a sacred space. Each doorway opened to reveal remnants of lives once lived, a child's toy abandoned in a corner, a faded photograph of a family that had long since departed. I felt a heaviness in the air, a sense of longing woven into the very fabric of the house. It was in the last room that I felt the weight of history press down upon me. The walls were covered in peeling paper, but the remnants of a child's drawings peeked through. Vibrant colors faded like distant memories. I stepped closer, tracing a finger over the lines, feeling the rough texture of the paper beneath my touch. As I studied the art, a sudden chill swept through the room, sending shivers down my spine. I turned, half expecting to find someone standing behind me, but the room remained empty. The feeling of being watched lingered, though, like a breath on the back of my neck. I could almost hear the soft laughter of children playing, the echoes of a joy that had long since faded into silence. It was then that I caught a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye. A shadow flitted across the doorway, quick and elusive, as if it were teasing me. I turned sharply, but nothing was there. The silence returned, thickening the air. I felt my heart beat louder in my chest, the sound reverberating against the walls, urging me to leave. I retreated back down the hall, the weight of the house pressing down upon me with each step. As I reached the staircase, I glanced back one last time. The shadows seemed to shift, swirling in the dim light, as if something lay just beyond my sight. I could not shake the feeling that the house was watching me, a guardian of its secrets, reluctant to let me go. When I finally stepped outside, the air felt lighter, the twilight casting a soft glow over the world. I stood on the porch for a moment, breathing in the evening air, the sound of the cicadas rising like a symphony around me. Yet the chill of the house lingered in my bones, a reminder that something had stirred within those walls, something that had not yet found its rest. The following days passed slowly, each moment tinged with an unsettling awareness. I found myself drawn back to the house, my feet leading me down the street almost without thought. I ventured inside again, each time feeling a growing connection to the past, as if I were piecing together a puzzle that had long since been scattered. I began to notice more details, the way the sunlight filtered through the cracks in the walls, illuminating the dust in the air like tiny stars. I felt an odd sense of belonging in that place, as if it were welcoming me home. And yet, there was a darkness that clung to the corners, a whisper that seemed to call out to me, urging me to listen. I would stand in the empty rooms, feeling the weight of eyes upon me, and sometimes, just sometimes, I would swear I could hear the echo of laughter, a sweet melody that wrapped around me like a forgotten lullaby. One evening, as the sky deepened into twilight, I returned to the house once more. The air had grown heavy, and an electric tension filled the space. I moved slowly, drawn to the room with the child's drawings, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. As I stood there, something shifted in the shadows, a presence brushing against the edges of my perception. It was subtle, but unmistakable, a sense that I was no longer alone. My heart quickened, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I was tethered to this place, caught in a web woven from the threads of longing and sorrow. Whispers of the Forgotten. I arrived at the old house just as the sun began to dip beneath the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the cracked pavement. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the lingering sweetness of fading flowers. This place had been my childhood refuge, where the echoes of laughter had once filled the rooms, now replaced by an unsettling silence. I had returned to reclaim the memories, to breathe life into the past that had long since been buried beneath layers of dust and time. The door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing a narrow hallway lined with peeling wallpaper. The floral pattern, once vibrant, now appeared ghostly, as if the flowers had faded with the spirits of those who had inhabited this space. I ran my fingers along the wall, feeling the texture of the paper, worn and brittle beneath my touch. Each step I took stirred up motes of dust, dancing in the soft light filtering through grimy windows. And I felt a shiver of nostalgia mixed with something else, a sense of being watched. I moved slowly through the rooms, each one a snapshot of a life once lived. The parlor held an old, faded couch, its fabric frayed and discolored, yet it felt as if it still held the warmth of past conversations. The air was still, heavy with the weight of forgotten stories. I could almost hear the echoes of whispers, soft and elusive, threading their way through the silence. I paused, straining to catch a word, but the sound slipped away, leaving only the faintest tingling at the back of my neck. In the kitchen, the sunlight caught the remnants of a chipped plate resting on the counter, a relic of breakfast routines long gone. I reached out to touch it, feeling the cool, rough surface beneath my fingertips. A memory flickered to life, a morning filled with laughter, the smell of pancakes wafting through the air, the warmth of my mother's embrace. But then, like a candle snuffed out too soon, the image faded, replaced by the stark reality of the empty room. The back door led to a garden overtaken by wildflowers and weeds, a riot of color spilling forth from the earth. I stepped outside, the grass cool and soft beneath my feet. I had spent countless afternoons here, lost in the world of imagination, playing among the blossoms. As I wandered through the overgrown paths, a breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the faintest hint of a voice, almost too soft to grasp. I paused, glancing around, but found only the swaying flowers, their heads bowing as if in silent agreement. I closed my eyes, allowing the warmth of the sun to wash over me, and let my mind drift back to a summer long past. A day spent in innocent exploration, where I had stumbled upon an old swing hanging from a gnarled tree. The rope was frayed, yet it had held me aloft, swinging higher and higher until I felt I might fly. I had laughed then, the sound ringing out like a bell, pure and free. But now, that laughter echoed back to me, distorted and distant, like a song from another world. As I returned to the house, the evening light was fading rapidly, shadows stretching and creeping into every corner. I found myself drawn to the small room at the end of the hallway, a place I had always avoided as a child. The door was slightly ajar, as if inviting me in. Heart racing, I pushed it open further, the hinges protesting softly. Inside, the air was cooler, tinged with the scent of old wood and something else, something that felt like lingering memories. The room was sparsely furnished, a simple bed tucked against one wall, a small dresser with a cracked mirror. I stepped inside, and as I did, the temperature dropped perceptibly, wrapping around me like a shroud. The mirror reflected not just my image, but something deeper, shadows flickering at the edges of my vision. I felt a strange pull, as if the room were urging me to remember. I approached the mirror, my breath catching in my throat. The surface shimmered, and for a moment the reflection shifted. I saw a glimpse of a child, a small figure with toweled hair and bright eyes, standing in this very room. It was me, but also not me, a version of myself untouched by time. I felt the weight of that innocence, a fleeting memory of joy intermingled with a sense of loss. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a gentle breeze, coaxing me to listen. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the sensation, feeling a presence behind me, warm and familiar. It brushed against my shoulder, a fleeting caress that sent a shiver down my spine. I turned, but found only the stillness of the room, the echoes of a past that refused to fade. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, caught between the present and the spectral remnants of memory. The child in the mirror reached out, fingers stretching towards me, and I instinctively mirrored the motion. The cool glass separated us, a barrier I could not cross. But as our fingertips brushed against the surface, a pulse of energy surged through me, a connection so profound it made my heart race. In that moment, the room flooded with light, and the whispers became clearer, revealing snippets of forgotten conversations, laughter, stories, and a lullaby sung with love. It was a symphony of the past, layered with joy and sorrow, each note resonating within me. I felt alive, as if I were a part of something greater, a thread woven into the fabric of this home. But just as quickly as it had come, the moment slipped away, leaving me standing alone in the dim light of the room. The whispers faded to silence, and the mirror returned to its stillness, reflecting only my bewildered expression. I backed away, the sense of unease creeping back in, the air heavy with unspoken words. I turned to leave, but something caught my eye. A small, dust-covered box resting on the dresser. I approached it cautiously, the wood cool to the touch as I lifted the lid. Inside lay a collection of trinkets, each one a fragment of a life once lived. A dried flower, a faded photograph, and a silver locket that glinted in the dim light. I picked up the locket, feeling its weight in my palm, and opened it to reveal a picture of a woman. Her smile, radiant, yet her eyes seemed to hold a sadness that echoed through time. As I examined the contents, the whispers returned, softer now, like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves. They filled the room, weaving tales of love and loss, of moments that had slipped through the cracks of memory. I felt a deep longing, an ache for the lives that had once thrived in this space, and a realization dawned upon me. They had never truly left. I placed the locket back in the box, closing it gently as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only the soft glow of twilight. As I stepped back into the hallway, I felt the weight of history pressing down, a tangible reminder that the past is never truly gone. It lingers, like the whispers of those who had come before, waiting to be remembered, to be freed from the shadows of forgetfulness. The door closed behind me with a soft click, sealing the memories within. As I walked away from the house, I glanced back one last time. The windows appeared dark, but I could almost see the flicker of movement inside, a dance of shadows weaving through the spaces I had once known. I turned and continued down the path, the weight of nostalgia and the whispering pines. In the summer of my childhood, the woods behind my grandmother's house felt endless. They were a tapestry of greens, mottled with dappled sunlight filtering through the thick canopy. I would spend hours wandering among the ancient pines, their trunks gnarled and twisted, roots like hands reaching out of the earth. Each step on the carpet of needles was muffled, like stepping into a dream, the world beyond the trees fading into a distant memory. There was a worn path, one I had discovered by accident, that wound deeper into the forest. I was drawn to it, compelled by a whisper that seemed to beckon me forward. The air grew cooler as I ventured further, the sunlight dimming, thickening with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Shadows pooled around me, shifting with the gentle sway of the branches above. I felt the weight of something watching, though I couldn't quite place it. It lingered at the edges of my perception, a fleeting tickle of unease. On one particularly still afternoon, I followed the path until it opened up to a small clearing. In the center stood a lone tree, much older than the others, its bark cracked and rough. I approached it, enchanted by its twisted form. The tree felt alive, breathing, as if it held secrets within its gnarled branches. I leaned against it, my fingers tracing the deep grooves, feeling the rough texture against my skin. A sigh escaped my lips, a wordless connection to something I couldn't understand. That day, I met her. She emerged from the shadows, a figure draped in soft, muted colors, the light bending around her. Her hair floated around her like a halo, and her eyes, though clouded, sparkled with a kind of knowing that sent shivers down my spine. She stood a few paces away, watching me with an intensity that felt both gentle and piercing. I felt an inexplicable calm wash over me, as if I had known her for a lifetime. As I stared, mesmerized, she raised her hand, beckoning me closer. I hesitated, sensing a dissonance between the reality of the moment and an unseen barrier that kept me from reaching out. There was an odd familiarity about her, a warmth that drew me in, yet a coolness that held me back. I took a step forward, but the ground beneath me shifted, and a sudden breeze rattled the leaves above, breaking the spell. She faded into the dappled shadows, her presence lingering like the last rays of sunlight at dusk. The following days, I returned to the clearing, each time hoping to see her again. I brought offerings, wildflowers, stones, anything I could find in the woods, to place at the base of the ancient tree. It became a ritual, a quiet communion with the unseen. The forest felt different after those encounters. I was more attuned to the sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, the way the wind whispered secrets in the pines. One evening, as dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and deep indigo, I heard her voice, soft and melodic, weaving through the branches. It was a sound that wrapped around me like a gentle embrace, and I felt compelled to answer. I followed the voice deeper into the woods, the path becoming less defined, shadows stretching long and dark. The air turned heavy, thick with an unfamiliar chill that sent a shiver racing down my spine. I stumbled into the clearing once more, and there she was, her form shimmering in the twilight. The air hummed with a vibrancy that felt electric, charged with a kind of energy I couldn't explain. She gestured towards the tree, and I understood. I was meant to listen. I approached the ancient bark, resting my palm against its surface. The moment I did, a rush of sensations flooded through me. Memories not my own, echoes of laughter, sorrow, and longing surged within the confines of my mind. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the experience. Images flickered like shadows behind my eyelids. Children playing, a woman weeping, a man standing alone beneath the tree, his face hidden in darkness. Each glimpse felt like a tether to a life lived long ago, a tale woven into the very fabric of the forest. My heart raced, a flutter of confusion and wonder intertwining. When I opened my eyes, the clearing felt different, heavier somehow. The light had shifted, casting elongated shadows that danced on the ground. The woman was closer now, her expression a tapestry of emotions I couldn't decipher. There was a sense of urgency in her gaze, a plea woven into the delicate lines of her face. I felt a pull towards her, as if she were a thread in a larger tapestry, and I was meant to unravel it. But as I stepped closer, the ground shifted again, the forest around me growing darker, the whispers rising to a crescendo. Fear prickled at the edges of my mind, and I stumbled back, the weight of her gaze turning into something more suffocating. I turned to run, the shadows closing in, branches clawing at my arms as I tore through the underbrush, breathless and panicked. I emerged from the woods, gasping for air, my heart pounding in my chest. The sun was setting behind the trees, casting long, creeping shadows that stretched toward me like dark fingers. I never returned to the clearing, though I often thought of that day, of the woman whose name I never learned and the story she carried. Years passed, and the woods remained a distant echo of my childhood, a place I visited only in memory. I grew up, moved away, and built a life that felt far removed from the whispers of the pines. But the stories never left me. I would occasionally hear murmurs of others who had ventured into the depths of those woods, who had seen her, felt her presence. They spoke of a longing, a connection that transcended time, an invitation to listen. One evening, I found myself back at my grandmother's house, the air thick with nostalgia and the scent of pine. The woods loomed behind the house, familiar yet foreign, shadows shifting in the twilight. A flutter of unease danced in my chest as I stepped onto the path that wound toward the clearing. Each step felt like a return to an old friend, yet there was an undercurrent of trepidation that held me in its grip. As I entered the clearing, the air felt charged, as if the forest held its breath in anticipation. The ancient tree stood before me, a sentinel guarding its secrets. I placed my hand against its rough bark, the pulse of the past thrumming beneath my fingers. The whispers began again, familiar yet distant, weaving through the air like a song half remembered. And there she was, emerging from the shadows, her presence as ethereal as the twilight that surrounded us. My heart quickened, but this time I did not flee. I stood rooted in place, the weight of her gaze anchoring me. I realized, in that moment, that the stories we carry are not ours alone. They are threads woven into the tapestry of time, echoing through the woods, calling for someone to listen. The whispers grew louder, enveloping me in their embrace, and I surrendered to the moment. I understood now that freedom lay not in escape, but in the acceptance of all that had come before, the lives intertwined with mine. As the shadows danced around us, I felt the weight of the past lift, leaving only the gentle presence of the woman before me and the whispering pines, echoing the stories yet to be told. Whispers of the forgotten. The old house creaked under the weight of the evening, its wooden bones shifting as if recalling the many years it had stood in quiet solitude. The air felt thick and warm, steeped in the scent of dust and fading memories. I had always been drawn to this place, a remnant of my childhood, where every corner held the echoes of laughter and whispers long silenced. This was my sanctuary, a canvas for my thoughts where I could retreat from the weight of the world. It was dusk when I arrived, the sky painted in soft hues of orange and purple, like the fading notes of a lullaby. The light pooled in the corners of the room, casting elongated shadows that seemed to dance, teasing the edges of my peripheral vision. I stepped inside, the wooden floorboards groaning beneath my weight, and closed the door softly behind me. It sealed the outside world away, cocooning me in a space that felt both familiar and strangely alien. I moved through the house slowly, my fingers grazing the walls, tracing the patterns left by years of peeling paint. The air was heavy, almost electric, as if the house itself held its breath, waiting. I paused at the small staircase that led to the attic, a place I had seldom ventured into as a child. The memories of climbing those stairs filled my mind, a thrill mixed with trepidation. I remembered the stories, the shadows that loomed in the dim light, and the whispers that tickled the back of my neck. There was a time when I had believed in the presence of something more, something that lingered just out of sight. With a gentle nudge, the door to the attic creaked open, revealing the space beyond. Dust motes floated lazily in the golden light, and the air smelled of old wood and forgotten things. Boxes lay haphazardly stacked, their contents obscured by the shroud of time. I stepped forward, the floorboards groaning underfoot, sending a shiver through the stillness. My heart beat steadily, a quiet rhythm in the hush of the attic. As I rummaged through the boxes, I found remnants of my childhood, a tattered stuffed bear, its button eyes dull and faded. A collection of drawings, vibrant with the colors of imagination, and a small music box that, when opened, played a gentle tune, a lullaby that echoed with a haunting familiarity. I smiled at the memories, but the smile faded as a chill crept over me. The air shifted, thickening, and I felt the sensation of being watched. It was subtle, a mere whisper at the edge of my consciousness, but it rooted me in place. I turned slowly, scanning the room as if expecting someone to emerge from the shadows. The silence enveloped me, wrapping around my shoulders like a shawl. I took a deep breath, trying to shake the feeling of unease. The attic had always felt like a sanctuary, yet now it felt like a vessel for something unknown. I wanted to leave, to retreat to the safety of the main floor, but a pull kept me rooted to the spot. It was then that I noticed a faded photograph tucked between the boxes, its edges worn and frayed. I picked it up carefully, brushing away the dust to reveal an image of a little girl, her face framed by wild curls, a bright smile illuminating her features. She stood in front of the house, the very one I now inhabited. I felt a jolt of recognition, an echo of a memory I couldn't quite grasp. The girl seemed familiar, yet distant, like a song heard in a dream. I turned the photograph over, hoping to find some clue, some name that could anchor my memory. Instead, there were only the words, "Remember me," scrawled in a shaky hand. A shiver ran down my spine as I stared at the words, the weight of them settling in my chest like a stone. Suddenly, the temperature in the attic dropped, and I could see my breath curling in the air like smoke. I glanced around, feeling the shadows stretch and shift, as if they were reaching for me. My heart raced, but I stood still, an unwilling participant in a play that had long since begun. There was a sound then, a soft whisper that rustled through the attic, barely discernible but unmistakable. It was not a voice I could recognize, yet it felt oddly comforting, like an embrace from a long-lost friend. The whisper seemed to weave itself through the dusty air, curling around me, coaxing me to listen. I closed my eyes, focusing on the sensation of the air brushing against my skin, the quiet hum of the house around me. The whispers grew clearer, forming words that danced just beyond the reach of comprehension. They were fragments of thoughts, memories, and emotions, flickers of a life once lived. I felt a pull, a gentle urging to step deeper into the attic, to uncover the secrets hidden in the shadows. My legs moved almost of their own accord, guiding me toward a far corner where the light barely penetrated. I reached out, brushing my fingers against the wall, feeling the coolness of the wood beneath my touch. As I stepped into the darkness, the whispers enveloped me, wrapping around my mind like a soft blanket. I felt as though I was being drawn into a dream, the lines between reality and memory blurring. Images flashed before my eyes, running through fields of wildflowers, laughter echoing in the sun, and the feeling of freedom that came with innocence. Each scene was vivid, pulling at the corners of my heart, urging me to remember. Then, like a sudden gust of wind, the memories shifted. I felt the weight of sorrow and loss, the tightening of a chest as darkness crept in. It was as if I were walking through the memories of someone else's life, piecing together fragments of joy and grief. The whispers grew louder, swirling around me, and for a fleeting moment, I felt a connection, an understanding that transcended time. I stumbled back, gasping for air as the whispers receded, leaving only the echo of their presence. I pressed my hands against the wall, feeling its solidity beneath my fingertips, grounding me in the here and now. The photograph slipped from my grasp, fluttering to the floor, and I bent to pick it up, my heart racing. But when I looked again, the girl was gone. The photograph was empty, a void where her smile had once been. A coldness wrapped around my heart, squeezing gently as realization washed over me. The memories were not mine to claim. They belonged to someone else, a flicker of a life that had long since slipped away. The attic felt smaller now, constricting as if the walls were closing in, and the whispers faded into silence. I turned, stumbling back toward the staircase, the shadows retreating as I descended. The weight of the house settled heavily on my shoulders, And as I stepped into the hallway, I felt a lingering presence, as though the girl still lingered in the corners of my mind. I closed the attic door behind me, sealing away the remnants of those whispers, the memories that were not mine. The house sighed, settling back into its quietude, and I walked slowly through the dimly lit rooms, feeling the pull of something unknown still tugging at my consciousness. The night stretched on, wrapping itself around me like a shroud. I sat in the living room, the darkness deepening outside, and I thought of the girl in the photograph, the whispers of the forgotten. In the silence, I could almost hear her laughter, a distant echo of freedom that danced just beyond the garden. It was the garden that first caught my attention, its wildness a stark contrast to the neat rows of the neighbors' manicured hedges. I had moved into the old house at the end of a quiet street, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the rustle of leaves. The garden, a tangle of brambles and overgrown flowers, seemed to whisper secrets to those brave enough to listen. As I settled in, I often found myself drawn to it, tracing the winding paths with my fingertips, brushing against the velvety petals and prickly stems. The sun would slip beneath the horizon, leaving behind a wash of twilight that deepened the shadows around me. I would linger at the edge, where the garden met the woods, feeling the cool breath of evening wrap around me like a shroud. It was during one of these twilight wanderings that I first felt it, a soft, fluttering sensation at the back of my neck, like a feather brushing against my skin. I turned, half expecting to find a moth flitting through the dusk, but the air was still, heavy with the scent of wet leaves and the earth's surrender to night. Dismissing the chill, I ventured deeper into the garden, the tangled vines embracing my ankles like the gentle hands of a long-lost friend. The moon hung low, casting a silvery glow that illuminated the faded petals of forgotten blooms. Each step felt like a dream, the world around me blurring into shades of gray and silver. I reached a clearing where a stone bench sat, lichen-covered and weary. It seemed to beckon me, inviting me to sit and listen. As I settled onto the cool stone, I noticed the wind picking up, rustling through the branches above, whispering secrets I could not quite decipher. The garden felt alive, thrumming with a pulse that echoed my own. It was here that I began to feel as though I were not alone. A sense of presence wrapped around me, not threatening, but oddly familiar, like the warmth of an embrace from someone I could not quite recall. Days turned to weeks, and I found myself returning to that bench each evening, as if compelled by an unseen force. The world outside the garden faded away, the worries of work and life slipping from my mind like water through fingers. I would close my eyes, letting the sounds of the night envelop me, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle hum of the earth breathing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of purple and gold, I noticed a figure standing at the edge of the garden. It was a woman, her outlines soft and shimmering in the twilight. I blinked, and she was gone, leaving only the whisper of movement in the air. A strange longing settled in my chest, a yearning to understand who she was, what she wanted. The following nights, I kept a watchful eye, hoping to catch a glimpse of her again. The garden became a sanctuary, the stones and soil holding the echoes of my thoughts, the secrets I dared not speak aloud. And yet, each time I returned, the air felt charged, thick with unspoken words. It was as if the garden itself held a memory, a sorrow woven into its very roots. One night, the air shifted, and the familiar flutter at the back of my neck returned. I looked up to see the woman standing before me, closer this time. Her features were indistinct, as if she were cloaked in a veil of mist, but her presence was undeniable. I could sense the weight of her gaze, a longing that matched my own. In that moment, the garden transformed. The flowers glowed brighter, their colors vivid against the encroaching dark. I could hear the whispers clear now, the soft susurrations of the plants around me. They spoke of freedom, of release from burdens unshared. It felt as if she was inviting me to understand, to connect with whatever tethered her to this world. Days passed, and the visions continued. Each night, she would appear, and I would sit transfixed, as if caught in a web spun of delicate threads. The garden grew lush and wild, each bloom a testament to her presence. I began to share my own stories, my fears, my hopes, speaking to her in the softest of tones. It was a communion without words, a connection woven through the air that shimmered with unspoken understanding. But with each visit, I felt a growing heaviness in my heart. The garden, once a sanctuary, began to feel like a trap, its beauty a mask hiding something darker. The air turned thick and cloying, and the whispers that had once soothed now felt insistent, urgent. I sensed her longing was not only for connection, but for release, as if she were tethered to the earth by invisible chains. One evening, I arrived at the garden to find it cloaked in mist, the air cool against my skin. I walked to the bench, but instead of settling in, I felt a pull towards the center of the garden, where the flowers stood tall and vibrant, their colors bleeding into one another in the fading light. As I approached, the woman emerged from the mist, her figure clearer than ever before. She reached out, her hand stretching toward me, and I felt a jolt of recognition. Memories surged, childhood afternoons spent in gardens, the laughter of friends long gone, the echoes of voices I had not thought of in years. She was a part of me, a remnant of something I could not grasp. In that moment of clarity, I understood her pain. She was bound to this place, just as I had been, trapped in the stories that lingered like shadows. I felt the weight of my own chains, the expectations, the regrets, and in that understanding, a choice emerged. I turned to leave, walking away from the bench, from the garden that had both cradled and confined me. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices, urging me to stay, to listen, to give in. But as I stepped beyond the threshold of tangled vines, a calmness settled over me. The air felt lighter, the weight of the garden falling away like a heavy cloak. As I walked down the path, the moon hung high above, illuminating the way forward. Behind me, the garden lay silent, the presence of the woman fading into the night. I glanced back once, catching a final glimpse of the wild beauty, the vibrant blooms, and the shadows that danced among them. In that moment, I realized freedom was not merely a place, but a choice, a release from the stories that held me captive. A step into the unknown, where the echoes of the past could finally rest. Whispers of the past. The day faded slowly, as if the sun were reluctant to let go of its warm embrace. The soft, golden light melted into shadows, draping the landscape in a quiet stillness. I had ventured out to the old family cottage, a place that had been untouched for years, left to the winds of nature and time. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a reminder of the life that clung to the corners of the forgotten space. As I pushed the creaky door open, it groaned in protest, its sound echoing through the hollow rooms like a sigh. Dust motes danced in the slanted rays of twilight that filtered through grimy windows. The cottage felt alive, breathing in the twilight, its wooden bones creaking under the weight of memory. I stepped inside, inhaling the stale air that had been trapped for too long, each breath thick with the scent of mildew and old wood. I walked through the small living room, my fingers brushing against the faded floral wallpaper, each petal a reminder of laughter long gone. The furniture, draped in sheets, stood like sentinels, watching over their domain with an unsettling stillness. I paused by the window, gazing out at the woods that loomed beyond. The trees whispered secrets to one another, their leaves rustling gently as a breeze stirred the air. I could almost hear the echoes of my childhood, the laughter of days spent exploring those woods, where the sun filtered through the branches, painting dappled patterns on the forest floor. But there was something different now, a heaviness that clung to the air, as if the cottage itself was holding its breath, waiting. I turned away from the window, moving deeper into the house, where shadows clung to the corners like memories refusing to fade. The kitchen was untouched, the old stove still standing stubbornly against the wall, its surface covered in a fine layer of dust. I ran my fingers along the edge, feeling the chill of metal beneath my fingertips. It was then that I noticed a photograph resting on the countertop, its edges yellowed with age. I picked it up, and a wave of nostalgia washed over me. It was a picture of my family, smiling faces frozen in time. I traced the outline of my mother's laughter, the way her eyes sparkled with joy. Yet, as I held it, a chill slithered down my spine, and I felt an inexplicable urge to look over my shoulder, as if I were being watched. The light outside deepened, shadows stretching and creeping along the walls. The atmosphere shifted, a quiet tension settling in the air. I moved to the hallway, where the floorboards creaked beneath my weight. Each step felt deliberate, as if the house were guiding me towards something long buried. The door to my childhood bedroom was slightly ajar, a faint whisper inviting me in. Inside, the room was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, memories suspended in time. The bed was unmade, a forgotten quilt draped haphazardly across the mattress. I could almost hear the echoes of my younger self, the laughter and the stories spun into the fabric of those walls. I stepped further in, feeling the weight of nostalgia tugging at my heart, but also a whisper of something else, a presence that tingled at the edge of my consciousness. I turned to the window, where the last rays of sunlight were slipping away, casting a dim glow across the room. Outside, the woods darkened, the trees standing sentinel, their branches reaching like gnarled fingers toward the sky. A shiver ran through me as I caught a glimpse of movement beyond the tree line, a flicker of white that vanished before I could focus. The air thickened, and I felt an odd pull toward the closet, its door slightly ajar. I approached, my heart pounding in my chest. As I pulled the door open, the musty scent of forgotten things enveloped me. Clothes hung limply, their colors muted by time, but something deeper lingered in the shadows. In the far corner, an old trunk lay buried beneath a layer of dust and cobwebs. I knelt beside it, the rough wood scratching at my fingertips as I brushed away the debris. The latch was rusted, but gave way with a soft creak. Inside, the trunk held a tapestry of memories, old letters, toys, and a journal, its leather cover cracked and worn. I picked up the journal, its pages yellowed and fragile. Flipping through, I caught glimpses of my childhood thoughts, dreams woven into ink and paper. As I read, the room seemed to shift, the air thickening with a presence that sent a chill skittering down my spine. I could almost hear whispers, soft and indistinct, threading through the silence like a gentle breeze. One entry caught my eye, a memory of a summer day spent in the woods. I had written about a friend I met there, a girl with laughter like wind chimes, who had shown me secret places and hidden paths. I could almost feel her presence beside me, the warmth of her smile flickering at the edges of my mind. But the memory turned sour, the ink blotting as I recalled the day she had vanished, swallowed by the trees, leaving only echoes behind. The shadows lengthened, growing bolder as the sun disappeared entirely, leaving me enveloped in darkness. The air hummed with an electric tension, and I could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon me. I closed the journal, the soft thud against the wooden trunk echoing in the stillness. Something stirred in the corner of my vision. A flicker, a flash of white darting past the window, and I turned sharply, heart racing. The woods outside felt alive, the trees shifting and whispering secrets I couldn't grasp. The familiar unease settled in my chest, a sensation I hadn't felt since childhood, when stories of the woods had been a blend of wonder and dread. I moved back to the window, heart pounding in rhythm with the shadows. The moon hung low, casting an ethereal glow, illuminating the path where the girl had once walked. I could feel her presence, a gentle whisper in the breeze, urging me to remember, to look beyond the veil of time. I leaned closer, straining to see, the cool glass pressing against my forehead. The trees seemed to sway, a beckoning dance, and for a moment I was lost in the memory of laughter, the echoes of a friendship that had once been. But just as swiftly, the wind changed, carrying a chill that wrapped around me like a shroud. Suddenly, the feeling of being watched intensified, the atmosphere thickening with an unnameable dread. I turned from the window, the air heavy with anticipation. The cottage felt alive with whispers, shadows deepening, pooling like ink around my feet. I knew then that I was not alone. With a shuddering breath, I turned back toward the hallway. The light from the living room flickered, casting erratic shapes against the walls. As I stepped into the dim light, the air grew colder, wrapping around me like a forgotten memory. I could feel the weight of the past pressing in, urging me to remember the girl who had once danced through the trees, her laughter echoing softly in the quiet. I hesitated, the shadows beckoning me closer, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw her, a fleeting glimpse of white among the trees. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and I felt the pull of something lost, something longing to be freed from the confines of time. But as I stepped forward, the darkness surged. The house at the end of the lane. I never thought I would return to the house at the end of the lane. It had loomed in the back of my mind, a specter of my childhood. But the memories had grown muted over the years, dulled like a photograph left too long in the sun. Still, when my grandmother passed, leaving me her small estate, I felt an inexplicable pull to revisit the place where I had spent so many summer afternoons, where the sun filtered through the leaves like gold dust, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers. The journey back was suffused with a kind of reverence. The lane itself was overgrown, brambles creeping over the edges as if nature were reclaiming its territory. As I approached the house, my heart quickened at the sight of the familiar, weathered shingles, the peeling paint that had once been a cheerful shade of blue. Now it wore a cloak of gray, softened by time and neglect. I pushed open the creaking gate, its hinges protesting like an old man waking from a long slumber, and stepped into the yard, where weeds tangled with memories. Inside, the air was heavy with dust, each breath stirring the particles into a delicate dance. I moved through the room slowly, my fingers brushing against the surfaces, tracing the patterns of life that had once filled this space. The wooden floorboards creaked beneath my weight, a symphony of sound echoing through the empty house. I paused in the living room, where the faded floral wallpaper peeled away like the layers of a forgotten story. I could almost hear the laughter that had once bounced off these walls, the whispers of shared secrets and dreams. There was a peculiar chill in the air, a shiver that crept down my spine as I wandered into the kitchen. It had been my grandmother's domain, a place where the scent of baked bread mingled with the warmth of her presence. Now, the countertops were bare, the silence oppressive. I opened a cabinet, its door groaning in protest, found a single delicate teacup, chipped but still beautiful, as if it had been waiting for someone to return. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the floor, I felt the weight of the house settle around me. The room seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with the passing moments. I could almost hear the soft rustle of a dress brushing against the floor, the gentle shuffle of slippers on the wood. But each time I turned, the air remained still, the silence unbroken. I had planned to spend the night in the house, a test of courage, perhaps, or simply an attempt to reclaim what had been lost. I set up a small cot in the corner of the living room, the thin mattress sinking beneath me as I lay down. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting silvery patterns on the floor, and I closed my eyes, allowing the stillness to wash over me. But sleep eluded me. Instead, I listened to the house, its creaks and groans becoming a lullaby that blurred the line between wakefulness and dreams. Time slipped away, and I lost myself in the quiet, the darkness deepening around me. It was then I felt it, a soft touch like a whisper against my skin, a breath that seemed to wrap around me with an intimate familiarity. I opened my eyes, the room bathed in a pale glow, and for a moment I thought I saw her, my grandmother, her silhouette hovering just beyond the edge of the light. I blinked, and she was gone, leaving only the echo of her presence behind. My heart raced, but I remained still, my senses heightened. The air felt thick, charged with an energy I couldn't quite grasp, as if the house itself were alive, breathing in tandem with my own anxious heartbeat. Shadows shifted in the corners of my vision, but when I turned, they melted away like smoke, leaving nothing but the dim outline of furniture. The night stretched on, each tick of the clock amplifying my unease. I thought of the stories I had heard as a child, tales of the spirits that lingered in places like this, tethered by the weight of unfinished business. I had dismissed them then, the fanciful imaginings of a child's mind. But as I lay there, the stillness of the house pressing in around me, those stories began to weave themselves into my thoughts. A chill settled deeper in my bones, not from the cold, but from a creeping dread, a sense that I was not alone. When dawn finally broke, the light filtered through the window, washing away the shadows. I sat up, the remnants of a dream slipping away like grains of sand. The house felt different, somehow lighter, as if the night had lifted its veil. I gathered my things, the sense of unease lingering at the edges of my mind, an uninvited guest refusing to leave. I stepped outside, the morning air crisp and invigorating, and began to explore the yard. The garden, once vibrant with blooms, lay overrun with weeds, yet I noticed a single flower standing tall among the chaos, a delicate white bloom, untouched by the wildness around it. It seemed to beckon, and I knelt down, my fingers brushing the petals, their soft texture sending a shiver up my spine. As I stood, I caught sight of something in the corner of my eye. A figure, pale and ethereal, lingered just at the edge of the trees, obscured by the thicket. My heart raced, but I felt an inexplicable urge to approach. I walked toward the figure, each step heavy with trepidation, the underbrush crunching beneath my feet. But when I reached the clearing, the figure was gone. Only the whispers of the leaves remained, murmuring secrets I could not understand. I felt a profound loss wash over me, as if I had been close to grasping something intangible, a thread of connection that slipped away just as I reached for it. The rest of the day blurred into a quiet haze as I continued to sort through the remnants of my grandmother's life. I found old photographs, their edges worn and yellowed, capturing moments long past. In one, she stood in the garden, a radiant smile on her face, her arms wrapped around a child who could only be me. I traced the outline of her face with my finger, feeling a twinge of longing, an ache for the warmth of her embrace. As night fell again, I prepared for another restless sleep, the weight of the house settling over me like a familiar shroud. I lay on the cot, staring up at the ceiling, the shadows once more creeping into the corners of the room. I thought about the stories of those who had wandered through these halls, of the love and sorrow that lingered in the air like a fragrance, undying and ever-present. And then, just as I was drifting off, I felt it again, a soft touch, a warm presence at the foot of my bed. I opened my eyes, my breath caught in my throat. The figure was there, clearer this time, the outline of a woman enveloped in soft, glowing light. Her features were indistinct, yet familiar, and in that moment, I felt a rush of recognition, as if I were staring at a reflection of my past, a bridge connecting me to a world just beyond my reach. I lay still, suspended in that moment, and though I could not speak, I felt a profound understanding pass between us. It was a farewell, a release, the tether that had bound her to this place slowly unraveling. I watched as she began to fade, the forgotten path. The woods held a silence that thrummed, a gentle vibration that seemed to resonate in the air. I had always found solace there, wandering the paths that wound like whispers through the trees, their trunks gnarled and ancient, roots like fingers reaching for the earth. On that particular afternoon, the sun cast long shadows, its light filtering through leaves that danced softly in the breeze. I felt a familiar pull to explore deeper, to lose myself among the trees that had cradled my childhood wonder. With each step, the underbrush crunched softly underfoot, a sound that seemed to awaken the silence. I could smell the damp earth, rich and loamy, mixed with the faint sweetness of decaying leaves. It had rained recently, and the air was thick with the scent of moss and the promise of something unspoken. My heart beat steadily, matching the rhythm of my footsteps, but there was a disquiet that curled at the edges of my mind, like a distant fog creeping along the ground. I ventured off the familiar trails, drawn by the outline of an archway formed by two great oak trees, their branches intertwined overhead. The entrance felt both inviting and forbidding, as though it held a secret I was yet to discover. I stepped beneath the canopy, and the world outside fell away. Light dimmed, and shadows deepened, wrapping around me like a shroud. As I walked, the atmosphere thickened, a weight settling on my chest. The path twisted unexpectedly, and I found myself in a clearing. At its center stood a weathered stone bench, half hidden by tall grasses that swayed gently in the wind. It was old, mottled with patches of lichen, and as I brushed my fingers along its surface, I felt a strange chill radiate through me, as if the stone itself held memories of those who had once rested there. I sat down, feeling the coolness seep into my bones. It was quiet, too quiet. The rustle of leaves, the distant call of birds, everything seemed muted, as if the forest was holding its breath. I closed my eyes, letting the sense of the earth and wood wrap around me, grounding me in that moment. Yet, beneath the calm, I felt a pulse of something else, a whisper in the silence that tickled the back of my mind. When I opened my eyes, the clearing seemed to shimmer, the edges of reality softening. A figure appeared at the edge of my vision, just beyond the reach of the light. It was a woman, her dress tattered and flowing, as though woven from the very shadows that surrounded her. Her hair hung long and unkempt, cascading like a waterfall of night. She stood still, yet I could feel her presence, a heavy, lingering gaze that settled over me. I blinked, and the figure was gone, leaving only the rustling of the grasses in her wake. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the vision as a trick of the light or a figment of my imagination. Yet the air felt charged, thick with an energy that pulled at the edges of my consciousness. I rose, unease creeping along my spine, but the urge to leave faded, replaced by an inexplicable longing to stay. I wandered around the clearing, searching for signs of her, for any trace of her existence. My fingers brushed against the rough bark of the trees, feeling their pulse beneath the surface. But the woods remained silent, as if they were keeping secrets I was not meant to know. I felt drawn to the bench again, its stone surface cool and inviting, begging me to sit once more. As I settled back down, my thoughts drifted, tangled in memories of childhood. I had often played in these woods, climbing trees and weaving tales of fantastical creatures hidden among the roots. I recalled a time when I had met a girl. Her laughter echoed in my mind like a song, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. She had spoken of adventures yet to come, of dreams that lay just beyond the horizon. I hadn't understood then the weight of her words, the strange resonance they would hold years later. Suddenly, the air shifted, a subtle change that sent a shiver through me. I could feel her again, the woman from before, a presence that wrapped around me like a fog. I glanced towards the trees, and there she was once more, her form flickering like a candle in the wind. I felt a pull, an invitation, as if she wanted me to follow her deeper into the woods. I hesitated, a fleeting thought about the dangers that lay within the shadows, but curiosity tugged at my heart. I stood, my feet moving almost of their own accord, leading me away from the bench and into the trees. The path grew narrower, branches arching overhead, intertwining like fingers clasped in a silent prayer. With each step, the air thickened, and the familiar sounds of the forest faded into a profound stillness. The sunlight dwindled, replaced by an eerie twilight that stretched the shadows, elongating them into grotesque shapes that flickered at the corners of my vision. I felt an unease settle in my stomach, a gnawing sense that perhaps I was not meant to be here, that I had crossed an unseen threshold. The woman moved ahead, her figure flitting through the trees with an ethereal grace. I chased her deeper, drawn by a sense of wonder and fear, until I stumbled upon a small clearing, a circle of stones, ancient and weathered, their surfaces etched with symbols I could not comprehend. The air here hummed, a low vibration that resonated in my bones, and I felt the weight of history settle over me. As I stepped closer, a sudden chill enveloped me, wrapping around my heart. The woman turned, her gaze piercing, and I felt as though she could see through to the very essence of my being. In that moment, I understood her. She was not just a ghost of the woods, but a guardian of lost souls, those who had wandered too far and forgotten the way back. I blinked, and the clearing shifted again. The trees whispered secrets to one another, their leaves rustling like 1,000 voices, and I could almost hear the echoes of laughter, the remnants of lives once lived. The air grew heavy with longing, and I felt a deep ache within me, a yearning for something just beyond my grasp. A memory stirred, a conversation shared years ago with that girl, the one who had spoken of dreams and adventures. In my mind, I recalled her words, the way her laughter had danced in the air, like sunlight filtering through leaves. I realized then, with a jolt of clarity, that she had been a part of this very realm, a spirit woven into the fabric of these woods, a reminder of what once was. I took a step back, the weight of the realization pressing against me. The woman began to fade, her presence slipping away like mist before the dawn, yet I felt a thread of connection linger. I turned, retracing my steps, urgency propelling me forward. The woods, once a sanctuary, now felt like a labyrinth closing in around me. The path twisted and turned, and I stumbled, feeling the roots catch at my feet. The trees whispered, their voices a cacophony of warnings and promises. But I pressed on, driven by the need to escape. I burst through the archway formed by the oaks, the light flooding back, bright and blinding. I collapsed onto the familiar trail, breathless and trembling, as the woods fell silent behind me. I glanced back, half expecting to see the woman, but only shadows danced among the trees, a fleeting reminder of what lay. The forgotten path. The woods had always held a certain allure for me, an unexplainable pull that whispered promises of freedom and solitude. When I was young, my mother would warn me about the boundaries of our small town, where the trees grew thicker and the air grew still. But as the years passed, that pull only deepened, urging me to explore the twisted paths that lay hidden beneath the undergrowth. One autumn afternoon, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over everything, and I decided to venture further than I ever had before. The air was crisp, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves mingling in a way that felt both familiar and foreign. With each step into the forest, the gentle rustle of leaves overhead seemed to murmur in a language I couldn't quite decipher. I could feel the weight of the world lifting off my shoulders, the quiet calling of the trees promising a reprieve from the noise of life. As I walked, the path beneath my feet began to narrow, overgrown with tangled roots and creeping vines. The light filtered through the canopy above, dappling the ground with patches of gold and shadow, and I felt a strange sense of time slipping away. I didn't think to turn back. The enchantment of the woods was too strong, too inviting. After a while, I stumbled upon a clearing, an unexpected open space framed by towering oaks. In its center stood an old stone bench, moss-covered and weathered, as if it had been waiting for me. I brushed my fingers over its surface, feeling the cool, damp texture of the stone beneath the soft blanket of green. A shiver of recognition coursed through me, a memory of childhood whispers, of stories I had long since forgotten. In that moment, the air changed. It grew heavier, thick with an unnameable weight, and the sunlight dimmed, as if the trees themselves had pulled a curtain over the world outside. I felt an urge to sit, to rest in the quiet embrace of the forest. The bench beckoned, and I obliged, my fingers trailing over the moss as I lowered myself onto its cool surface. For a time, the forest held its breath, and I listened. The sounds of the woods faded, replaced by a distant echo, a soft rustling that seemed to swirl around me. My heart began to quicken, but I fought against the rising tide of anxiety. I closed my eyes, focusing on the serenity of the moment, the way the air kissed my skin, and how the world felt suspended. When I opened my eyes again, the sunlight had grown dimmer still, and a figure stood at the edge of the clearing. It was indistinct, shrouded in a haze that blurred its features. I strained to see, but the figure remained elusive, flickering like a candle flame in the wind. A chill crept down my spine, but I couldn't look away, captivated by the presence that seemed both familiar and foreign. I recalled a childhood encounter with a friend, someone who had once shared the stories of the woods, tales of spirits that wandered beneath the trees. I remembered the way their eyes had sparkled with excitement as they described the secrets hidden in the shadows, the way they spoke of the freedom that lay beyond the boundaries of what was known. It felt like a lifetime ago, yet the essence of that moment flooded back to me, vivid and alive. As the figure shifted, it seemed to take on a form, a reflection of something long lost. The soft outline of a face emerged, framed by dark hair that danced in an unseen breeze. I felt a pang of recognition, an echo of laughter that lingered just out of reach. I tried to speak, to call out, but my voice caught in my throat, swallowed by the weight of the moment. The figure raised an arm, gesturing toward the woods beyond the clearing. It was an invitation, a beckoning to follow, to leave the confines of my known world behind. An urge to rise and move surged within me, a longing for the freedom that lay just beyond the edge of the trees. I stood, my heart pounding, but as I took a step forward, the figure flickered, growing faint as the shadows closed in around it. I hesitated, caught between the urge to pursue and the weight of the unknown. The forest was alive with the whispers of unseen things, and a part of me yearned to dive deeper into its depths, to embrace the secrets hidden in the dark. But another part of me held back, tethered to the light of the world I knew, a world filled with warmth and laughter. The figure remained, watching, and I felt an unspoken understanding pass between us. It was a shared moment, a recognition of something beyond the veil of life and death. I took a step closer, and the figure shimmered, the edges of its form blurring as if the air itself resisted my approach. I closed my eyes again, focusing on the sensation of the earth beneath my feet, the cool stone of the bench pressing against my skin. When I opened them once more, the clearing was empty, the figure gone, but the air held a lingering weight, a reminder of what had transpired. The sun was nearly set now, the light fading into twilight, and the forest around me began to grow darker, the sounds of the world slipping back into the distance. With a reluctant heart, I turned away from the clearing, retracing my steps along the path I had come. The trees whispered as I passed, their secrets rustling in the fading light. I could feel the forest's gaze upon me, a silent farewell, or perhaps a promise that I would return. As I emerged from the woods, the familiar sights and sounds of my town wrapped around me like a warm embrace. The chill of the forest lingered in my bones, but the comfort of home was a welcome balm. I glanced back at the trees, their silhouettes stark against the twilight sky, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I caught a glimpse of that figure standing at the edge of the clearing, watching as I stepped back into the light. But when I looked again, the woods stood still and silent, the path I had wandered swallowed by the shadows. I took a deep breath, carrying the weight of the forest with me, a secret tucked away in the folds of my memory, a moment of connection that would never truly fade. Whispers of the forgotten. There's a stillness that blankets the old town of Eldridge, one that wraps around you like a worn shawl, fraying at the edges, but heavy with familiarity. I remember the first time I arrived. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the promise of rain, though the clouds hung low, heavy but unyielding. The streets curled around the weathered houses, each one holding stories in their creaking timbers, whispers of lives once lived, now just echoes in the wind. I had come to Eldridge for solitude, to escape the relentless noise of the city that thrummed like a fever in my veins. The cottage I rented sat at the edge of a sprawling field, wildflowers swaying like dancers in the breeze. It was quaint, with white clapboard siding and a porch that groaned underfoot. Inside, it felt untouched by time, with floral wallpaper peeling slightly at the corners and a fireplace that had long since lost its warmth. I found comfort in its quiet, a kind of stillness that beckoned me deeper into the shadows. As the days unfolded, I became enchanted by the slow rhythm of the town. The people were kind but reserved, their smiles tinged with something I couldn't quite place. I often wandered the narrow streets, tracing the cobblestones with my fingertips, feeling the coolness of the stone beneath my touch. There was a museum at the center of town, filled with relics from Eldridge's past, and I found myself drawn there more than once, exploring its dimly lit rooms and the stories locked within each display. One rainy afternoon, while sifting through dusty books, I stumbled upon a faded photograph. It was a picture of a group of children, their faces bright with laughter, but the background was what caught my eye, a sprawling oak tree, gnarled and ancient, its branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. I felt a strange pull toward it, a connection that thrummed just beneath the surface of my skin. The next day, under a sky that threatened more rain, I set out to find that tree. I wandered through the fields, the tall grass brushing against my legs, almost whispering secrets as I passed. It wasn't long before I spotted it, a sentinel standing alone in the distance. The moment I approached, a chill swept through the air, though the day was warm. I reached out to touch the rough bark, its texture alive with the stories it had witnessed. As I leaned against it, the wind picked up, swirling leaves around my feet. I closed my eyes, allowing the sound of rustling branches to wash over me. It felt as if the world had faded away, leaving only the whisper of the tree and the quiet sigh of the earth beneath me. And then a sound, a soft giggle, like the tinkling of distant chimes. I opened my eyes, but there was no one there, only the rustle of leaves and the distant hum of the town. I stepped back, feeling a pulse in the air, a vibration that resonated through my bones. I shook my head, dismissing it as my imagination. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, the whispers became harder to ignore. I began to see fleeting shapes in the corners of my vision, pale figures darting between the trees, their forms barely there, but persistent. Each time I turned, there was nothing but the sway of the branches, the promise of shadows. I sought solace in the small town library, poring over books about Eldridge's history. I learned of a tragic event that had taken place many years ago, a fire that had consumed a schoolhouse near the oak tree. Children had perished that day, their laughter silenced in an instant, leaving behind only memories tangled in smoke and sorrow. The thoughts settled uneasily in my chest, making the air feel heavier, as if it were steeped in grief. One evening, as twilight draped the town in shades of indigo, I returned to the tree, drawn by an invisible thread. The ground was damp beneath my feet, and the scent of earth after rain hung in the air. I placed my hand on the bark once more, feeling its pulse, and closed my eyes. The wind stirred, carrying with it the faintest hint of laughter, a sound both joyous and haunting. It was then that I felt a presence beside me, a soft warmth that contrasted with the cool evening air. I opened my eyes to find a figure standing just beyond the tree, a girl, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, her hair a cascade of dark curls framing a face lit with a gentle smile. She wore a simple white dress that fluttered softly in the breeze. I froze, my heart pounding, caught between wonder and dread. She didn't speak, but her eyes were bright, filled with an innocence that felt achingly familiar. I could see her clearly, as if she were standing in the light of day, yet there was a transparency to her form, a whisper of something not quite of this world. I glanced around, half expecting someone to emerge from the shadows, but the field remained empty, the night alive with the sound of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. In that moment, time seemed to stretch, and I felt an overwhelming urge to reach out, to connect with this lost spirit. As I stepped forward, the air thickened around me, the warmth dissipating like mist. She tilted her head slightly, her expression shifting to one of sadness, as if she understood the impossibility of our worlds colliding. The laughter echoed again, clearer now, filling the space around us. It was a sound that held both joy and sorrow, an invitation and a farewell. I felt my throat tighten, emotions swirling within me as I gazed into her eyes, searching for answers that lay beyond my grasp. And then, just as suddenly as she appeared, she faded away, the light surrounding her dimming until she was swallowed by the shadows of the tree. I stood there, heart racing, breath coming in shallow gasps, feeling the weight of her absence settle like a stone in my chest. The weeks passed, and my connection to Eldridge deepened, yet the girl's presence lingered like a half-remembered dream. I found myself returning to the tree each evening, seeking her warmth, her laughter. Each time, I felt the subtle shift in the air, the way the leaves rustled with a knowing sigh, but she never reappeared. It was on the last night of my stay that I felt an urgency, a pull that demanded my presence by the tree. The moon hung low, casting a silver glow over the landscape. I stood beneath its branches, the cool breeze whispering through the leaves, and closed my eyes, heart heavy with longing. I could sense the earth breathing around me, the pulse of lives lived and lost. And then, as if the world held its breath, the laughter returned, wrapping around me like a familiar embrace. I opened my eyes, and there she was once more, her form shimmering in the moonlight. This time, there was no fear, only a profound sense of understanding. I stepped closer, feeling the warmth radiate from her presence. In that moment, I understood that she was not lost, but free. Free from the weight of sorrow, the bindings of the past. She smiled, a radiant light that filled the space between us, and for a fleeting second, I felt the boundaries of our worlds blur. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cool air, feeling a connection that transcended time and loss. And then she was gone again. But this time, the echoes of her laughter remained, a soft reminder that in the quiet corners of the forgotten path. It was late in the evening when I decided to take the long way home, the sky a deepening indigo, flecked with stars that blinked like distant lanterns. The air was cool, a gentle breeze brushing against my skin as I stepped onto the worn gravel path that wound through the woods. I had walked this trail many times as a child, yet now it felt strangely foreign, the trees looming above like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches twisting into the twilight. The path wound deeper, the soft crunch of gravel beneath my shoes, the only sound accompanying me. Shadows danced along the edges of my vision, flickering like moths drawn to a flame. I paused, inhaling the earthy scent of damp leaves and pine. It was comforting, yet something deep in my gut twisted, a quiet unease that whispered of things unseen. I recalled the stories my grandmother used to tell me, tales of spirits that lingered along this very path. She had spoken of them with a mixture of reverence and fear, warning me to tread carefully. I had laughed them off as mere bedtime stories meant to keep a child close to home. But tonight, as the cool air wrapped around me, I could almost hear her voice, soft and melodic, woven into the fabric of the woods. The trees grew denser as I walked, their trunks thick and knotted. I brushed my fingers against the rough bark, feeling the grooves and hollows, a map of the years etched into their surfaces. The path curved, and I could see a clearing ahead, illuminated by the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the branches. It beckoned me forward, a soft invitation amidst the encroaching shadows. As I stepped into the clearing, I was struck by an unsettling stillness. The air felt heavier here, thick with the scent of moss and damp earth. A small wooden bench sat at the center, worn smooth by time and the weight of those who had come before. I approached it, brushing my hand along the seat, the wood cool and slightly damp beneath my touch. I sat, allowing myself a moment to breathe, to let the quiet envelop me. The world beyond the trees faded, and I felt a strange sense of peace, as if the weight of my day had lifted, leaving only the whispers of the woods. Yet beneath that tranquility, a current of unease pulsed, a reminder of the stories that lingered in the air. I leaned back, gazing up at the stars twinkling like silver dust scattered across the dark canvas of the sky. Memories danced in the corners of my mind, images of my childhood self running through these woods, laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. I remembered one particular day, a friend by my side, as we wove through the trees, chasing shadows and sunlight. It felt like a dream now, hazy and distant. The sound broke the stillness, a soft rustle, a whisper carried on the wind. I turned my head, half expecting to see someone stepping into the clearing. But there was only the trees, their branches swaying gently as if sharing secrets among themselves. I shook my head, dismissing the feeling as a trick of the mind, the echoes of my grandmother's tales swirling in my thoughts. But then I saw it, a flicker of movement in my periphery, a fleeting shadow darting between the trunks. I held my breath, heart quickening, as I tried to focus on the spot where I thought I had seen it. The world felt thick with anticipation, each rustle of the leaves amplifying the tension in the air. I closed my eyes for a moment, forcing myself to breathe steadily. When I opened them again, the clearing felt different, charged. The stars overhead flickered, and the shadows deepened, pooling around the edges of my vision. I felt a chill sweep through me, a coldness that seeped into my bones, and I instinctively glanced back toward the path I had come from. But it was shrouded in darkness, the way home obscured by the encroaching night. The sensation of being watched crept over me, an unwelcome weight settling on my shoulders. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the fabric offering little comfort. The stories whispered in my mind, weaving together memories of laughter and fear. I had never truly believed in ghosts, but in that moment, the air felt charged, as if something lingered just beyond the edge of the clearing. I stood, compelled to move, to shake off the encroaching dread. As I stepped forward, I noticed something at the edge of the clearing, a faint shimmer, a glimmer of light that seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat. I hesitated, my instincts urging me to flee, but curiosity held me in place. With each cautious step, the shimmer brightened, revealing a figure that seemed to coalesce from the shadows. It was indistinct, a wisp of light that flickered and shifted, as if caught in a gentle breeze. I could feel my pulse racing, yet an odd calm settled over me, a sense of familiarity I couldn't quite place. The figure remained just out of focus, its edges blurred, like a half-formed thought. In that moment, memories of my childhood friend surged back, laughter echoing in the stillness. I recalled the way they had stood beside me, their presence warm and comforting. As the figure shifted closer, a sense of longing washed over me, an ache for the innocence of those days when the woods had felt like a playground, not a haunting ground. I reached out, fingers trembling, as the shimmering light enveloped my hand. It felt cool and inviting, yet with an undercurrent of something more profound, something that transcended the mundane. I closed my eyes again, allowing the sensation to wash over me, and I could almost hear a whisper, a soft promise carried on the wind. But then, just as quickly, the warmth faded, and the figure receded, dissolving back into the shadows. The air grew heavy once more, the stillness returning with a palpable weight. I opened my eyes, heart racing, and looked around the clearing. It was empty now. The only sound, the rustling of leaves, the whisper of the wind through the trees. A sense of loss washed over me, a feeling that something precious had slipped away. I turned back toward the path, the darkness swallowing the way home. The woods felt different now, alive with the weight of unspoken stories. I hesitated only a moment before stepping back onto the path, the gravel crunching softly beneath my feet. As I walked, the shadows shifted around me, and I could feel the trees closing in, embracing the secrets they had kept for so long. The stories my grandmother had told me echoed in the depths of my mind, mingling with my memories. They were not merely tales, they were a part of the fabric of this place, woven into the very roots of the trees. With each step, I could almost feel the presence of those who had walked this path before me, their laughter lingering in the air like a distant melody. The woods felt alive, a tapestry of lives intertwined, each thread a memory, a whisper of something greater. I could almost taste the freedom in that thought, the understanding that the past was never truly gone, merely waiting, hidden within the shadows. As I emerged from the trees and into the open, the stars twinkled overhead, bright and unwavering. I took a deep breath, the cool air filling my lungs, and allowed myself a moment to savor the stillness. The path behind me was swallowed by darkness, but ahead, the world lay open, alive with possibility, each step forward a gentle reminder that whispers of the forgotten. The old house at the end of our street always drew my curiosity, even as a child. Its paint was chipped and faded, the shutters hanging askew like a weary old man too tired to stand up straight. I would sit on our porch, swinging my legs off the edge, imagining what mysteries lay behind those weathered walls. My friends warned me against it, their voices a mix of daring and dread. The whispers of the neighborhood spoke of things that lurked within, shadows that flickered at the edge of your vision. But I never felt fear. I felt an odd pull, an insistent tug in my chest. When I was older, I spent my afternoons wandering the empty rooms, driven by an insatiable longing to understand. The air inside was thick with dust and secrets, each step echoing softly against the hardwood floor. Sunlight filtered through the grimy windows, casting pale rectangles on the ground, illuminating forgotten relics, a cracked vase, a faded photograph, a chair draped in a moth-eaten shawl. I often ran my fingers across the surfaces, feeling the history embedded in the fibers of the fabric and the roughness of the wood. There was one room, tucked away at the end of a narrow hallway, that seemed to hum with energy. I would stand at the threshold, the air buzzing around me like a swarm of bees, and peer inside. The walls were lined with bookshelves, filled with dusty tomes and brittle pages. The scent of aged paper mingled with something sweeter, almost floral, that would twist through the air when the window creaked open. It was there, in that room, that I first felt a presence. A faint chill skated across my skin, whispering like an ancient breeze. I thought it was just the draft, a trick of the wind, but there was something about the silence that felt alive, as if the house itself were breathing. I would often leave feeling unsettled, yet exhilarated, as if I had brushed against something profound. Years slipped by, and the old house became a ghost in my mind, an echo of childhood curiosity. I moved away, but memories of those afternoons lingered like a soft melody, comforting yet haunting. It wasn't until I returned, a decade later, that the house whispered my name again. The town had changed in my absence, but the house remained stubbornly untouched, a relic from another time. The air was thick with anticipation as I approached, the crunch of gravel underfoot a familiar sound that sent shivers down my spine. The door creaked open, revealing the same scene I had left behind, yet it felt somehow different. The dust had thickened, the smell of decay more pronounced. I wandered through the rooms, a sense of nostalgia wrapping around me like a fragile veil. It was as if the house had been holding its breath, waiting for my return. The shadows danced in the corners, flickering like memories half-formed, and the air was charged with something unspoken. I paused in the hallway, feeling the weight of silence, and closed my eyes, letting the past wash over me. And then I heard it, a soft rustle, like the turning of pages. I opened my eyes, heart thrumming in my chest. The door to the library stood ajar, a sliver of darkness beckoning. Stepping inside, I felt the familiar hum envelop me, the scent of old paper wrapping around my senses. The air had a weight to it, thick and sweet, pressing against my skin. I shivered, stepping deeper into the room, my fingers grazing the spines of the books as I moved. In the corner, I noticed a chair, its upholstery faded and frayed. It faced the window, where the light poured in like liquid gold. I approached, drawn to the chair, as if it held a secret I was meant to uncover. I remembered sitting there as a child, imagining the stories hidden within the pages, the worlds waiting to be explored. But this time, I felt something else. A warmth blossomed in the chair, a presence settling there, though it was as insubstantial as mist. It was not a frightening sensation, but rather one of quiet understanding. I sat down, the fabric cool against my skin, and closed my eyes, listening. There was a whispering, soft and melodic, as if the house were sharing its secrets. I felt memories wash over me, images of laughter, of soft light dancing on the walls, of figures moving through the rooms like fleeting shadows. I realized then that the house was not empty. It was alive with the echoes of those who had come before. Each spirit lingered, trapped in a web of nostalgia, waiting for someone to remember. Days turned into weeks, and I returned to the house often, drawn by the warmth that pulsed within its walls. I learned to listen to the whispers, to understand the stories they carried. I felt the presence of those who had once walked there, their joys and sorrows entwined with the fabric of the place. I began to see them not as phantoms, but as guardians of the stories, the remnants of lives lived. One evening, as twilight draped its velvet cloak over the world, I found myself in the library once more. The air was thick with a golden haze, and the sun cast long shadows across the floor. I settled into the chair, feeling the weight of the silence around me. In that moment, I understood that the house was a vessel of memory, a sanctuary for the forgotten. The whispers grew louder, rising like a crescendo, filling the space with warmth and light. I closed my eyes, allowing the sensations to wash over me. I felt a presence beside me, gentle and familiar, as if a long-lost friend had returned. I let the memory of laughter wrap around me, the sound echoing in the corners of my mind. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, the warmth began to fade. The whispers grew softer, retreating like the tide. I opened my eyes, and the room felt emptier, the shadows longer. I reached out, desperate to hold onto the feeling, but it slipped through my fingers like sand. The house sighed, a sound that resonated through the walls, a gentle reminder of its presence. I stood up, feeling the heaviness of unfulfilled longing settling in my chest. I stepped back into the hallway, glancing over my shoulder at the library. It would always be there, a sanctuary of memory, a keeper of stories. But I sensed that I could not remain forever. As I left, I felt the eyes of the house upon me, a promise lingering in the air. I knew I would return, drawn by the whispers that called me home. The past would always linger in the shadows, waiting for the light of remembrance to breathe life into the forgotten. And as I walked away, I felt a strange comfort in knowing that I was never truly alone, that the stories would always echo, soft and sweet, in the silence that followed. Whispers of the Hollow. In the stillness of early evening, I found myself wandering down the familiar path that led from my childhood home to the woods. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a perfume that evoked 1,000 memories. The setting sun poured golden light through the branches, casting long, exaggerated shadows that danced playfully upon the ground. I recalled how, as a child, I believed that the shadows held secrets, that they whispered to one another when no one was watching. I paused for a moment, the coarse texture of the bark rough against my fingertips as I ran my hand along the nearest tree. It stood tall and unyielding, its gnarled roots spiraling into the earth like ancient fingers grasping for something long lost. I remembered the stories of spirits that lingered in the woods, of figures glimpsed from the corner of one's eye, too fleeting to confirm, but too vivid to dismiss. As I ventured deeper, the path narrowed, becoming overgrown with tangled weeds and brambles that pulled at my clothes, as if they wanted to keep me from moving forward. There was a certain comfort in this solitude, a feeling of being enveloped by the whispers of nature. I breathed in the cool, crisp air, letting it fill my lungs, while the faint sounds of the outside world faded into a soft hum behind me. The trees loomed closer, their branches arching overhead, to form a cathedral of green and brown. Filtered sunlight pooling on the forest floor. Each step I took resonated through the quiet, crunching leaves and snapping twigs, punctuating the stillness. I walked with purpose, though my heart felt heavy, as if weighed down by the very essence of the woods. It was a familiar heaviness, one I had learned to accept, a reminder of something that had once been precious, but now lay just beyond reach. I came upon a clearing, one I had not visited in years. A circle of stones, weathered and moss-covered, stood at its center, remnants of a forgotten gathering place. I crouched beside the stones, tracing the patterns etched into their surfaces with my fingertips, feeling the coolness seep into my skin. Memories flared in my mind, laughter echoing through the trees, the scent of campfire smoke, the warmth of a friend's hand in mine. But just as quickly, those memories twisted into something darker, a nagging sense that perhaps not all had been well in those innocent days. In the distance, I noticed a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. For a moment, I hesitated, uncertainty prickling at my skin like the chill of an autumn breeze. The figure was indistinct, blurred at the edges, as if made of mist or shadow. My breath caught in my throat, an instinctive urge to retreat, clashing with an inexplicable pull to step closer. The figure remained still, its presence both inviting and forbidding. I took a step forward, the ground soft beneath my feet, each movement echoing in the silence. The world around me faded into a muted backdrop, the trees holding their breath as I approached. The air grew colder, a shiver tracing down my spine, yet I felt an odd sense of calm wash over me. There was a familiarity in the figure, an echo of a face I thought I had long forgotten. As I drew nearer, I recognized the outline of a child, hair tousled and eyes bright, gazing back at me with an expression that was both curious and knowing. A memory stirred within me, a fleeting moment from my childhood when I had played in these woods, sharing secrets with a friend who had vanished too soon. I remembered the laughter, the carefree days, but I also felt the weight of loss pressing against my heart. The child's presence was a balm, soothing the ache of nostalgia with an otherworldly comfort. I knelt down, the damp earth cool against my knees, and extended my hand. The figure remained just out of reach, an ephemeral connection that felt both natural and profoundly unsettling. I could see the way the light shimmered around them, as if they were woven from the very essence of the forest, a reflection of the stories that lingered in the air. Time seemed to stretch, the world around us falling away as I stared into those bright eyes, searching for answers that danced just out of reach. The child smiled, a gentle, knowing smile that made my heart ache. I recalled the tales of those who linger in the spaces between life and death, the spirits bound to the places they once loved. Perhaps this child was one of them, an echo of a life lived in this very clearing. As I sat there, lost in thought, a soft breeze rustled the leaves overhead, whispering secrets into the air. The child tilted their head, and for a moment I felt a strange surge of understanding, as if the forest itself was revealing its mysteries to me. There was a weight in that knowledge, a bittersweet understanding of the fragility of existence and the threads that bind us to those we have lost. But just as quickly as it had come, the connection began to fade. The child's image shimmered, blurring at the edges like a fading dream. I reached out instinctively, the impulse to hold on strong within me, but the figure slipped further away, dissolving into the shadows of the trees. I felt the emptiness swell around me, the loss echoing through the clearing, leaving only the cold air and the rustling leaves in its wake. I sat in silence, the weight of what had just transpired settling over me like a heavy fog. The clearing felt different now, charged with a quiet intensity, as if the very ground beneath me pulsed with memories I could not fully grasp. The air was thick with the scent of earth and moss, but there was something else beneath it, a lingering essence that spoke of love and loss, of stories untold and paths not taken. Reluctantly, I rose to my feet, brushing the dirt from my knees. The shadows lengthened around me, and as I stepped back onto the narrow path, I felt the forest closing in, its embrace both comforting and suffocating. I moved slowly, each step deliberate, the echoes of my childhood trailing behind me like whispers in the wind. The journey back felt longer, the way twisting and turning through the trees. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the child waiting for me, but the clearing remained still, untouched, as if nothing had changed. Yet I knew something had shifted within me, an unexplainable connection to the past that I could not ignore. The forest closed around me, the whispers of the hollow echoing in my mind, a reminder that freedom is often found in the acceptance of loss. I walked on, the weight of memories intertwined with the cool evening air, knowing that the stories of the woods would always remain, waiting patiently for those willing to listen. Whispers in the attic. The house had always felt like a secret, its walls thick with stories left unspoken. It stood at the edge of town, a sturdy old thing with peeling paint and a roof that sagged like an old man's shoulders. I inherited it from my grandmother, a woman who often spoke in riddles, but never told me the whole truth. She had lived there alone for decades, and when I walked through the door for the first time, I felt the weight of her absence in the air. The first night, I settled into the small room at the end of the hall. The bed creaked softly as I lay down, the old wood sighing beneath my weight. I could hear the distant rumble of the wind outside, rustling through the trees that leaned against the windows, like old friends sharing secrets. The walls were thin, and every noise felt amplified. I closed my eyes, but sleep eluded me, lingering just out of reach. As the clock ticked slowly towards midnight, a whispering began. It was faint at first, a gentle rustle like dried leaves skimming the ground. I tried to convince myself it was the house settling, or perhaps the wind finding its way through the cracks. But the sound grew sharper, more distinct. It seemed to beckon, pulling me from the warmth of the covers. With a deep breath, I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the chill of the wooden floor biting at my skin. The air felt heavy as I stepped into the dim hallway, shadows pooling in the corners where the light did not reach. I moved toward the source of the whispers, drawn like a moth to a flickering flame. The attic door was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness yawning open like a mouth ready to swallow me whole. I hesitated, heart racing, the whispers now a soft chorus, calling me closer. The old wooden stairs creaked underfoot as I climbed, each step sending a shiver up my spine. The attic was a time capsule, filled with dust and memories, the air thick with the scent of mothballs and old paper. In the dim light, I could make out boxes stacked haphazardly, their surfaces worn and faded. I felt compelled to sift through them, to uncover what had been hidden away. I ran my fingers over the edges, tracing the contours of the boxes, feeling the roughness of the wood beneath my touch. It was there, among the forgotten things, that I found a small journal, its cover cracked and worn. I opened it carefully, the pages yellowed and brittle, crinkling as I turned them. My grandmother's handwriting sprawled across the pages, elegant yet frantic. She wrote of strange occurrences, of voices that floated through the air like mist. I paused, a chill creeping down my spine, as I read her accounts of encounters with figures that appeared in the shadows, always just out of sight. The whispers wrapped around me, growing louder, more insistent. I felt a strange warmth at my back, a presence that made the hairs on my neck stand tall. I glanced over my shoulder, but the attic remained empty, save for the dust motes dancing in the thin beams of light filtering through the small window. As I returned to the journal, I noticed a passage that described a child, a girl with golden hair who played in the garden outside. My breath caught in my throat. I remembered her, a fleeting figure from my own childhood, a girl I once played with during summers spent at my grandmother's house. She had always been just a shadow, an echo of laughter that lingered in the corners of my memory. The journal detailed my grandmother's attempts to reach out to the child, to understand why she remained tethered to this place like a forgotten song. The pages fluttered as I turned them, revealing sketches of the girl, her smile bright even in the faded ink. I felt a longing, a pull toward that innocence lost. As I read, the whispers shifted, morphing into a melody that felt hauntingly familiar. The attic grew warmer, the shadows deeper, and I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the sound wash over me. I could almost see the girl dancing in the garden, the sun casting a halo around her. I recalled how, one summer afternoon, I had chased after her through the tall grass that tickled my legs, her laughter echoing in my ears. But she had vanished, slipping through my fingers like sand. In that moment, I understood. She had never truly left. The whispers now filled the attic, swirling around me, weaving through my thoughts. I opened my eyes and felt a cool breeze caress my cheek, as if she were there, just beyond my reach. The attic felt alive, the air thick with unspoken words and forgotten dreams. I turned back to the journal, eager to find more, but the pages had grown blank, the ink fading until there was nothing but a whisper of my grandmother's presence. I felt a twinge of loss, a yearning for the connection that had once been so vibrant. The whispers began to fade, but I could still hear them, lingering in the corners of my mind. I realized then that my grandmother had tried to free the girl, to help her move on, but perhaps it was not she who needed to be freed. Perhaps it was my grandmother, caught between worlds, longing for the child she once knew. I closed the journal and held it tightly against my chest, feeling the weight of its history. The attic felt quieter now, but the shadows still danced, a gentle reminder of what had been. I turned to leave, but a soft breeze brushed against my cheek, a final whisper bidding me farewell. As I descended the stairs, the house seemed to settle back into its silence, wrapping me in its familiar embrace. I felt a sense of understanding, a connection that transcended time. The girl in the garden, the whispers in the attic, they were all part of a story that refused to fade, woven into the very fabric of this old house. In the days that followed, I often found myself drawn back to the attic, the journal resting on my bedside table like a talisman. I would sit for hours, tracing the lines of my grandmother's words, listening for the whispers that lingered in the air. And though I never saw the girl again, I felt her presence, a gentle reminder that some stories never truly end. They simply wait, hidden in the shadows, until someone is ready to listen. The garden path. It was late autumn when I first noticed the garden. My grandmother's old house stood on the outskirts of town, far from the glow of streetlights and the hum of traffic. I had come to help her pack, preparing to sell the family home after years of neglect. As I rummaged through faded photographs and dusty trinkets, the house creaked around me, whispering secrets I was unprepared to hear. The garden had always been overgrown, a wild tangle of plants that my grandmother claimed were once vibrant with color. Now the once bright flowers were reduced to skeletal remains, their petals long gone, leaving only brittle stems that swayed gently in the wind. I had never thought much of it as a child, but that day it beckoned to me with an almost magnetic pull. I stepped outside, the cool air biting at my cheeks, a subtle reminder that winter was not far off. The earth crunched beneath my feet, the remnants of dried leaves swirling in a dance of decay. As I wandered deeper into the garden, the scent of damp earth mingled with the fading sweetness of decaying blossoms, creating an aroma both alluring and unsettling. I traced my fingers over the twisted branches of a nearby rose bush, feeling the jagged edges of thorns graze my skin, a reminder of beauty's inherent danger. As I moved further along the path, I stumbled upon a small, weathered stone bench, half hidden by an unruly hedge. It was cold to the touch, the surface rough and mottled with age. I sat there for a moment, absorbing the stillness that enveloped me. The air felt thick, pregnant with unspoken memories. I could almost hear echoes of laughter, the faint sound of footsteps padding softly along the gravel path. Then I noticed the figures. They appeared gradually, emerging from the shadows of the trees, their forms indistinct yet compelling. At first, they resembled the gentle shapes of children, their laughter weaving through the stillness. I could feel the weight of their presence, a shimmering tension that made the hair on the back of my neck rise. I blinked, and they were gone, as ephemeral as a breath of fog. I shook my head, dismissing the vision as a trick of the light, the result of fatigue, or perhaps the remnants of childhood imagination. Yet the unease lingered, like a chill that seeped through the fabric of my sweater. I stood to leave, but something kept my feet rooted to the spot, as if the earth itself had wrapped around my ankles, urging me to stay. Days passed, and I continued to explore the house and garden, each visit to that bench stirring something deep within me. I began to wonder if I was merely searching for echoes of my childhood, or if there was something more at play. The garden was not just a collection of wilting plants. It felt alive, charged with a history that pulsed beneath the surface. I found myself drawn to it, returning day after day, seeking whatever it was that lay just out of reach. One evening, as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the garden, I sat on the bench once more. The air was tinged with the scent of decay, yet it was comforting in its familiarity. The figures returned, this time more defined, their laughter ringing clearer in the dusk. I could see their faces, bright and innocent, their eyes wide with the joy of games long forgotten. I realized then that they were not just figments of my imagination. They were the children who had played in this garden long before I existed. They flitted between the trees, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, a haunting melody that wrapped around me like a warm embrace. I reached out, desperate to touch the fleeting shadows, but they danced just out of my grasp. The strange longing filled me, an aching desire to join them, to lose myself in the echoes of a time before I was born. The urge to call out to them bubbled beneath my skin, yet I remained silent, afraid to shatter the fragile moment. Then, as if sensing my hesitation, one of the figures turned to me. The child's gaze was piercing, shimmering with an ancient wisdom that belied their youthful appearance. In that instant, I understood this was a realm of memories, a glimpse into the past where time folded in on itself and the living mingled with the lost. The next day, I returned to the bench with an offering, a small bouquet of the last blooms from my grandmother's garden, their colors muted but still defiantly beautiful. I laid them on the cold stone, a gesture of reverence. The air felt charged as I did so, the garden holding its breath in anticipation. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of history pressing down around me. The laughter echoed again, lighter now, as if buoyed by my offering. I opened my eyes, and for a fleeting moment, the garden shimmered. The figures swirled around me, their joy palpable, their presence a balm against the encroaching darkness. With each visit, I began to understand their stories, fragments of lives lived long ago. They shared their laughter with me, their games woven into the fabric of the garden. I felt a connection, an intimacy that transcended time, binding me to those who had come before. Yet, the garden was not without its shadows. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, I felt a shift in the air, a quiet dread creeping in alongside the fading warmth. The laughter became softer, the figures more elusive. They appeared less frequently, their joy dimming like the sunlight that struggled to pierce the gathering clouds. One evening, as I sat in the twilight, a sense of foreboding settled upon me. The laughter had turned to whispers, the air thick with unspoken words. The figures emerged, but their joy had been replaced by a haunting sorrow. They danced around me, their faces now clouded with a wistfulness that tugged at my heart. I reached out again, desperate to comfort them, to understand the change. But they receded, their forms dissipating into the gloom. I felt a chill run through me, a sense of loss that settled deep in my bones. The garden had become a place of longing, a reminder of what was slipping away. In the days that followed, I found myself wandering the paths aimlessly, searching for signs of the children. I looked for their laughter, their vibrant energy, but the garden had grown quiet. The once vibrant blooms now little more than shadows of themselves. I could feel the weight of their absence, like a shroud that enveloped me, pressing down on my chest. Then, on a particularly overcast day, I returned to the bench, feeling the heaviness of my heart. The air was thick, stagnant, as if time itself had paused. I laid my hand on the stone, cold and unyielding, and closed my eyes, willing myself to connect with the spirits of the garden once more. In that stillness, I sensed them gathering around me, their presence almost palpable. But this time, there was no laughter, only a profound silence that wrapped around us. I felt their eyes upon me, searching, waiting. It was then that I understood. The garden was not just a place of joy. It was also a resting ground, a threshold between worlds. As I opened my eyes, I saw them one last time, their forms shimmering faintly in the dim light. They were not lost, but rather watching, waiting for someone to remember them. I felt a deep sorrow wash over me, a recognition of their plight. They were bound to this place, tied to the garden. Shadows in the cornfield. The late summer sun hung low in the sky, casting long fingers of light through the cornfield that bordered our backyard. I often found solace in those rows of tall, rustling stalks, their leaves whispering secrets I was too young to understand. Each evening, the air filled with the earthy scent of soil and the distant hum of cicadas, creating a comforting backdrop to my explorations. My parents often warned me not to wander too far, but the allure of the field was too compelling to resist. One particular afternoon, while the sun dipped lower, I ventured deeper than I ever had before. The corn stood taller than me, a maze of green and gold. I ran my fingers along the rough, sun-baked husks, feeling the texture beneath my skin. It was a gentle brush of life, a connection to something ancient. Shadows danced between the rows, and the evening light transformed the field into a cathedral of towering green. As I wandered, I began to notice an unusual stillness that settled over the field. The cicadas fell silent, their song replaced by a heavy quiet that weighed on my chest. I paused, glancing around, and in that moment, I felt it, the softest tug, a gentle pull that beckoned me deeper into the labyrinth. I couldn't resist. The further I walked, the more the world outside faded. It was as if the field itself had drawn me into a different realm, a secret space hidden from the mundane. The stalks loomed around me, their leaves brushing against my skin like ghostly fingers. The sensation was both thrilling and disquieting, an invitation to an unseen presence that lingered just beyond my understanding. At the heart of the cornfield, I stumbled upon a clearing. A patch of earth lay bare, encircled by the towering stalks, as if it were a sacred ground. I knelt down, my fingers digging into the cool soil, and the air shifted. It felt electric, charged with something I couldn't name. It was then that I noticed the shadows lengthening, twisting unnaturally as the sun dipped lower, casting a golden hue that melted into twilight. Time became fluid, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. I closed my eyes, breathing in the rich scent of the earth, but my peace was shattered by a chill that swept through the clearing. Goosebumps prickled along my arms, and a shiver cascaded down my spine. In that moment of stillness, I felt watched, as if unseen eyes were tracing my every movement. I opened my eyes to find the field unchanged, but the weight of the air was heavy with anticipation. As dusk settled, the shadows deepened, and I turned to leave. But the path I had taken seemed altered, the rows of corn shifting, obscuring my way back. Panic began to rise in my chest, the realization that I was lost creeping in like the darkening sky. I called out, though no sound escaped my lips. The field felt alive, its silence heavy and oppressive, as if it were holding its breath. I stumbled through the rows, pushing aside the thick leaves that reached for me like hands, desperate to hold on. The whispers returned, a soft rustling that seemed to echo my heartbeat. My imagination flared with images of faces hidden within the shadows, figures watching, waiting. I fought against the fear clenching my throat, focusing instead on the familiar scents, the damp earth, the sweet decay of summer. I had to find my way back. Then, amidst the rising panic, I noticed a flicker of movement ahead. A silhouette, almost human, stood between the stalks. I hesitated, the urge to flee battling with an inexplicable curiosity. There was something familiar about that shape, a softness to the outline that pulled me closer. As I approached, I felt an odd sense of recognition, as if I had been waiting for this moment all along. The figure remained still, the fading light casting a halo around it. I could make out the delicate features of a woman, her hair flowing like tendrils of the corn itself. She wore a dress that swayed gently, as if caught in a breeze that didn't exist. I reached out, fingertips brushing against the roughness of the stalks, drawn into her presence. Her gaze met mine, deep and knowing, filled with a sadness that echoed in my own heart. In that moment, I felt a rush of memories, fragments of laughter and love, interwoven with threads of loss and longing. The woman's eyes seemed to reflect my own childhood, moments spent in the warmth of home, in the safety of family. A sudden wave of understanding washed over me, and I recognized her as someone I had lost, though I couldn't quite place her name. It was a fleeting connection, a feeling of freedom and release, like a long-forgotten song resurfacing in the mind. But just as swiftly, the shadows deepened again, and the woman's figure began to dissolve, the edges blurring into the dusk. I felt a desperate need to hold on, to anchor myself to this fleeting specter, but the pull of the field was stronger. As she faded, I grasped at the fading light, at the warmth of her presence, but it slipped through my fingers like smoke. I turned and ran, the path now clearer, though the shadows loomed larger, chasing me through the maze of corn. My breath came in ragged gasps as I burst into the open air, the field stretching endlessly behind me. I stumbled into the safety of my yard, the familiar sights grounding me once more. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving a blanket of twilight in its wake, and I collapsed onto the grass, trembling. The memory of the woman lingered like an echo, her gentle presence woven into the fabric of my thoughts. I glanced back toward the field, now cloaked in darkness, the rustling of the corn, a lullaby that stirred something deep within. The stories of the land, of those who had walked before, whispered in the wind, wrapping around me like a shroud. That night, sleep came slowly, as the shadows of the cornfield danced behind my eyelids. I could still feel the softness of her gaze, a reminder of the connections that stretched beyond the veil of time. In the stillness of the night, I drifted between dreams and memories, the weight of the field resting lightly on my chest, as if it had claimed a piece of my spirit. And so, the cornfield remained, a silent guardian of secrets, an invitation to wander deeper into its embrace, where the boundaries of life and memory blurred like the flickering light of a distant star. Whispers in the attic. The house had stood in solitude for longer than I could remember, a stoic figure draped in the pallor of dusk. Its walls, a faded yellow, were flecked with peeling paint that seemed to whisper secrets only the wind could decipher. I had always felt a peculiar pull toward that house, like a forgotten memory stirring at the edge of consciousness. As a child, I would often wander close, drawn by the creaking wood and the way the windows caught the light like eyes watching from afar. Now, years later, I found myself standing before it again, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and moss. My breath hung in the chill of the evening, and I wrapped my arms around myself, feeling the fabric of my coat, soft and reassuring against the tightening cold. There was an invitation in the silence, a beckoning that felt familiar, as though the house remembered me too. The front door was slightly ajar, an unsettling gap that revealed a shadowed entryway. I hesitated, a pulse of unease thrumming beneath my skin, but curiosity pulled me inside. The floorboards groaned under my weight, echoing through the empty spaces like a low murmur. Dust motes danced in the fading light that filtered through the grimy windows, casting a soft glow over the remnants of a life once lived. I stepped into the living room, where the air felt thick and heavy, saturated with memories. A moth-eaten armchair sat in the corner, its fabric faded to the color of an old bruise. I could almost see the imprint of someone who had once settled there, perhaps reading a book by the flickering light of a long extinguished lamp. I ran my fingers over the armrest, feeling the rough texture beneath my touch, and a shiver traced down my spine. Moving deeper into the house, I found the kitchen, with its cracked tiles and the lingering scent of stale bread. The table, heavy with a patina of neglect, stood as if waiting for a meal that would never come. I could almost hear the clatter of dishes, the laughter of children dancing in the air, but the silence swallowed those echoes whole. I pressed my palm against the cold surface of the table, and for a moment, the weight of an unseen presence brushed against my skin, light as a feather, yet impossibly real. My heart quickened as I turned toward the staircase, its wooden steps shrouded in shadow. The air grew colder, wrapping around me like a fog as I climbed, each creak of the stairs a reminder of the house's age. At the top, a narrow hallway stretched before me, lined with doors that stood closed like secrets waiting to be unearthed. One door caught my eye, slightly ajar, beckoning with a warmth that felt strangely inviting. I approached cautiously, the floor beneath me sighing with the weight of my steps. Pushing the door open, I stepped into a small room, the remnants of a child's sanctuary. A bed, its sheets yellowed with time, was tucked neatly against the wall, and a wooden toy chest stood at its foot, a sentinel of forgotten play. I knelt beside the chest, running my fingers over its smooth surface. The wood was cool, worn by small hands and imagination. I could almost hear the laughter of children, the sounds of their joyous abandon. But then, a chill swept through the room, and the shadows flickered at the edges of my vision. It was then that I felt it, a soft touch on my shoulder, light as a breeze, yet heavy with intent. I turned slowly, half expecting to find a child standing there, grinning with mischief. But the room remained empty, the air thickening with a sense of longing, of something left unfulfilled. I felt compelled to leave, but my feet remained rooted in place. The house pulsed with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat, as if it were alive and aware. I closed my eyes for a moment, surrendering to the sensations that enveloped me, the musty smell of old wood, the faint rustle of fabric, a whisper of laughter echoing in the corners of my mind. Then, without warning, the door behind me creaked shut, the sound reverberating through the stillness. I spun around, heart racing, only to find myself staring at the closed door. A deep breath steadied me, and I approached it, the coolness of the doorknob grounding me. As I turned it slowly, I felt the weight of countless gazes upon me, the unspoken history of the house pressing in from all sides. The door swung open with a reluctant sigh, revealing the darkened hallway once more. I stepped back into the corridor, the shadows swirling around me like tendrils of smoke. There was a compulsion to explore deeper, to uncover the stories hidden within the walls. I walked past the other doors, each one a portal to the past, but one in particular tugged at my senses, a door at the end of the hall, its surface scratched and worn. I approached it, feeling an urgency that transcended my understanding. The doorknob turned easily under my fingers, and the door creaked open to reveal a small attic space, dimly lit by a solitary window. Dust danced in the slanted light, and the air was thick with an almost electric charge. As I climbed the steps into the attic, the atmosphere shifted, tinged with a sense of anticipation. Old trunks lay scattered about, their surfaces coated with a thick layer of dust, and the scent of aged paper wafted through the air, a reminder of forgotten dreams. In the far corner, a rocking chair swayed gently, though there was no breeze to set it in motion. I approached it, my heart pounding in my chest, the rhythmic creak of wood echoing in the silence. The chair seemed to invite me to sit, to take a moment in its embrace. I settled into it, the wood cool against my skin, and closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment. The house felt alive around me, and I could sense the presence of those who had come before, laughter mingling with sorrow, joy entwined with loss. In that stillness, I began to remember, a memory long buried. I was a child once, sitting in a different chair, in a different room. I had spoken to someone, a soft voice that wrapped around me like a lullaby. A woman with kind eyes and gentle hands, who told me stories of freedom and dreams. Now, as I sat in that attic, the weight of her words washed over me, a whisper that carried through time. I had thought she was just a figment of my imagination, but the threads of our connection pulled taut, binding the past to the present. A shiver ran through me, a realization dawning in the dim light. I had not been speaking to a ghost. I had been conversing with my own longing, my own yearning for freedom from the confines of time. The rocking chair stilled, the whispers fading into a soft hum, and I opened my eyes to find the attic empty. Yet I felt a warmth within me, a sense of release that blossomed in the quiet space of my heart. I rose slowly, leaving the chair behind, and stepped back into the hallway. As I descended the stairs, the house felt different, as if it had exhaled a long-held breath. The shadows receded slightly, and the air, once thick with tension, now felt lighter. I walked to the front door, the weight of the past still. The Forgotten Path. I had never been much for ghost stories, yet there was something about the old trail behind my childhood home that always stirred a deep unease within me. It wound through the woods like a gnarled finger, beckoning with whispers carried on the wind. As a child, I had always been warned against wandering too far, told of the shadows that danced between the trees, but there was an inexplicable draw to the place. Now, years later, as I stood at the edge of the familiar clearing, that childhood instinct tugged at me again. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the landscape, yet the light seemed hesitant to breach the tree line. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a perfume of time gone by. I took a tentative step onto the path, my footfall muffled by the thick carpet of moss that enveloped the ground. Every sound felt amplified, the crack of a twig, the rustle of unseen creatures, and the low hum of the breeze weaving through the branches. As I moved deeper into the woods, I was struck by how the air shifted around me. It grew cooler, as if a shadow had slipped between the trees, wrapping its fingers around my spine. The sounds of the world faded, replaced by a profound stillness that sat heavily on my shoulders. I paused, leaning against a rough-hewn oak, its bark rough against my palm. My breath fogged in the chill, and I could almost taste the electricity in the air. There were tales my grandmother used to tell, stories of figures that roamed these woods at twilight, lingering just at the edge of sight. I never believed them, not truly. Yet, as I stood there, the fading light flickered like a candle about to extinguish, and the whispers of the past coiled around me, urging me to listen. I pressed forward, the path narrowing as the trees grew denser, their branches intertwining like fingers locked in an eternal embrace. The ground beneath my feet shifted from soft moss to cool, damp stone. I felt the earth rise and fall as if it were breathing, pulsing with a life of its own. The air thickened, and with each step, an uncomfortable familiarity washed over me. I remembered then the way I used to run this path, my heart racing with the thrill of the chase, laughter spilling from my lips like water from a broken dam. But laughter had turned to whispers and joy to trepidation. I recalled a day, years ago, when I had met someone along this very trail. A girl with wild hair and a laugh that echoed like the tinkling of wind chimes. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she spoke of hidden places and secrets buried beneath the roots of the trees. She had shown me a clearing where the light danced in a way that made the world feel alive. I could almost see her now, flitting between the trunks, her presence woven into the fabric of the woods. But just as quickly as the memory came, it faded, leaving behind a chill that snaked through my veins. I pressed on, drawn by an invisible thread, the path leading me toward the heart of the forest. The trees stood sentinel, their bark twisted and ancient, whispering secrets I could not decipher. Shadows stretched long, creeping along the ground, and the light dimmed further, casting the world in hues of twilight. As I turned a corner, I stumbled into a small clearing, a place I knew all too well. The air felt charged, thick with anticipation. In the center stood an old stone well, its sides covered in a thick veil of moss. I approached it slowly, the stones cool and damp beneath my fingertips. The well seemed to hum, a low, resonant sound that vibrated through the ground. I leaned in, peering into the darkness, but all I could see was my own reflection staring back at me, a ghost of the person I once was. A breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it a whisper, soft and insistent. I could not make out the words, but it tugged at my heart, pulling memories from the depths of my mind. I remembered the girl, her laughter echoing in the space around me. I remembered how she had asked me to promise I would never forget her, that I would always return to this place. The air thickened with something unnameable, and I felt a presence beside me, not a phantom, but a memory made flesh. I turned, expecting to find her standing there, but the space beside me was empty, filled only with the weight of unspoken words. Yet the feeling of her was palpable, as if she lingered just beyond the veil of the mundane, her essence woven into the very fabric of the woods. My heart raced as I stepped back, the memories swirling in my mind like autumn leaves caught in a gust. The well seemed to beckon, an invitation to delve deeper into the past. I hesitated, the chill creeping up my spine, a reminder of the stories I had brushed aside. I thought of the freedom that came with letting go, of the weight that came with holding on. I closed my eyes, allowing the silence to envelop me, and listened for the whispers. They came again, swirling around my consciousness, coaxing me closer to the edge of understanding. I felt the pull of the well, the promise of revelations buried within. The air shimmered, a distortion in the fabric of reality, and for a moment I was adrift in a sea of memories, both mine and not mine. But then, just as quickly as it began, it faded. I opened my eyes, the clearing returning to its mundane form, the trees standing guard as always. The feeling of the girl lingered, a ghost of a memory just out of reach. I turned away from the well, the darkness pooling at its depths reflecting my own confusion. I stepped back along the path, the shadows lengthening as the sun dipped lower in the sky. The way back felt heavier, as if the woods were reluctant to let me go. Each step echoed with the heartbeat of the forest, an unsettling rhythm that matched the thrum in my own chest. I could feel the weight of the girl's laughter trailing behind me, a spectral reminder of a promise made long ago. The path twisted and turned, leading me away from the clearing, but I could still sense her presence, woven into the very air I breathe. The stillness of home. There's a quiet that settles in the house at dusk, an almost palpable weight that drapes over the furniture and lingers in the corners. I've known this stillness all my life, a companionable presence that swells with the evening shadows. The creaking of the floorboards speaks to me as I walk, each sound familiar, a memory echoing through the hallways of my childhood home. On nights like these, the air is heavy with the scent of wood smoke, curling in from the fireplace, mingling with the mustiness of old books lining the shelves. I can almost hear the whispered words of their stories, lingering in the air, faint and elusive. They beckon me closer, but I resist the urge, choosing instead to lean against the worn arm of the couch, the fabric soft and threadbare under my fingertips. I remember nights spent in this very spot, tucked in with my mother's hand-knit blanket, the flickering light of the fire casting dancing shadows on the walls. She would often sit across from me, lost in her own thoughts, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she read aloud. Her voice would wrap around the words, soft and soothing, a balm against the world outside. Tonight, however, there is something different, an unsettling undercurrent that ripples beneath the surface of my nostalgia. It is almost imperceptible, but as I shift in my seat, I feel it, the faintest brush of cool air on the nape of my neck. A chill that is not of this world, a whisper of something lingering just beyond the reach of my senses. I pull the blanket tighter around me, hoping to ward off the feeling, but it clings stubbornly, like a wisp of fog that refuses to dissipate. As I gaze into the flickering flames, I notice how the shadows seem to stretch and morph, taking on shapes that dance at the periphery of my vision. I blink, focusing harder, but they evade clarity, slipping away into the depths of the room. It reminds me of those childhood stories, the ones my mother told me of spirits that roam the earth, tethered to the places they once loved. I recall how I used to find comfort in those tales, a sense of wonder at the idea of freedom beyond the veil of life. A soft rustle pulls me from my reverie. The sound seems to emerge from the hallway, just beyond the threshold of the living room. I turn my head slightly, heart quickening, but the darkness beyond remains still. It is an odd sort of stillness, as if the air itself is holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold. I try to dismiss it, attributing the noise to the settling house, but a knot of unease tightens in my chest. I can almost hear a rhythm in the silence, a heartbeat that syncs with my own, pulsing in time with the quiet. Drawing in a slow breath, I rise from the couch, the blanket slipping from my shoulders to pool at my feet. Each step feels heavy, deliberate, as I make my way toward the source of the sound. The hallway stretches before me, dimly lit by a single bulb that flickers like a weary eye. The walls are lined with photographs, my family captured in moments of joy, laughter frozen in time. I pause, tracing the outline of each face with my gaze, their smiles a comforting reminder of what once was. Yet as I move deeper into the corridor, the air shifts, growing colder, an unseen presence wrapping around me like an embrace. At the end of the hallway, the door to my childhood room stands slightly ajar, the doorknob glinting dully in the low light. I hesitated for a moment, thoughts swirling in my mind. This room had always been my sanctuary, a space filled with secrets and dreams. But tonight, it feels different, imbued with an energy that is both familiar and foreign. Pushing the door open, I step inside. The room is unchanged, the bed neatly made, the walls adorned with posters from my youth. Yet the air feels charged, as if something is waiting. My heart thrums in my chest, a nervous flutter as I take another step, the wooden floor cool beneath my bare feet. I can feel it now, an almost tangible presence. It brushes against my skin, a chill that raises goosebumps along my arms. I move to the window, the glass cool and smooth under my palms, and peer out into the darkness beyond. The trees sway gently in the night breeze, their branches twisting like fingers against the star-speckled sky. And then, from the corner of my eye, I see it, a flicker of movement. I turn sharply, but the room remains still, the shadows pooling in the corners, refusing to reveal their secrets. I close my eyes for a moment, willing the sensation to dissipate, but the feeling only deepens, a pull drawing me further into the room. I step back toward the bed, and it's then that I see her, a figure seated on the edge, almost translucent in the dim light. My breath catches in my throat, the familiarity of her presence washing over me in waves. It is as if I have stepped back in time, the years falling away like leaves in autumn. She is there, my mother, her gaze fixed on the floor, a soft smile playing on her lips, as if she's caught in a dream of her own. I want to speak, to call out her name, but the words dissolve on my tongue. Instead, I stand there, rooted to the spot, a spectator in this quiet moment. I can almost hear the whispers of memories, her laughter, her gentle guidance, the warmth of her embrace. Each sound resonates in the stillness, weaving a tapestry of love and longing. The figure lifts her head slowly, and our eyes meet. There is a depth in her gaze that transcends the boundaries of life and death, a knowing that pulls at my heart. I feel her presence enveloping me, wrapping around me like a cocoon, and for a brief moment, I am free, unbound by the constraints of the world outside. But as the moment stretches, I can feel the chill creeping back in, the weight of time pressing upon us. The shadows deepen, and I sense the room shifting, the edges blurring, as if reality itself is unraveling. I want to hold on, to linger in this sacred space, but the tether begins to fray, the connection slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. Her smile remains, even as the world begins to fade. I want to reach out, to bridge the chasm that separates us. But the distance stretches impossibly wide, and she begins to dissolve into the shadows, a wisp of smoke disappearing into the night. I blink, and suddenly I'm alone, standing in the silence of my room, the air still heavy with the remnants of her presence. The shadows sway gently, and I am left with the echo of her smile, a bittersweet memory lingering in the darkness. The chill retreats, leaving only the warmth of the fading fire and the soft whisper of the wind outside. With a deep breath, I turn away from the window, the weight of the moment settling heavily on my chest. I stepped back into the hallway, the familiar creaks of the floorboards grounding me, a reminder of the home I know. The photographs watch silently as I pass, their smiles unchanged, but I can feel a shift within me, a quiet understanding that resonates deep in my bones. As I make my way back to the living room, the stillness wraps around me like a soft blanket. The flick. The quiet house. The old house stood at the end of our street, nestled between the oak trees like a secret waiting to be discovered. Its peeling paint flaked away in long strips, revealing the weathered wood beneath, which seemed to sigh under the weight of time. As a child, I often found myself drawn to it, the way a moth flutters toward the flame, though I never dared to cross the threshold. It was whispered about in hushed tones, a relic of the past that held an air of sadness and mystery. I had heard the stories, of course. How the former residents had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a garden overgrown with weeds and memories. It was said that their laughter still echoed in the empty rooms, that their footsteps could be heard on the creaking floors when the moon was high. I listened to the tales, my heart racing, my imagination painting vivid pictures of what could have been. But as I grew older, the thrill of those ghostly stories faded, replaced by the mundane concerns of school and friends. Years slipped by, and the house became nothing more than a backdrop to my life. I would walk past it on my way to the bus stop, sometimes catching a glimpse of its broken windows reflecting the sky. The garden became more tangled, the trees pressing closer, as if trying to envelop it in their green embrace. I would often pause, feeling an inexplicable pull, but I never approached. It was as if the air around it thickened, resisting my curiosity. One summer afternoon, I decided to take a different route home, my feet leading me to the house without conscious thought. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the ground. The air was thick with the scent of blooming jasmine, sweet and heavy. I hesitated at the edge of the property, the grass wild and unkempt, a reminder of the life that once thrived there. The gate hung ajar, creaking softly in the breeze, inviting yet foreboding. I stepped inside, the crunch of gravel beneath my shoes echoing in the stillness. The world around me faded away, leaving only the sound of my heartbeat. The garden, once vibrant, was a tapestry of overgrowth, the flowers wilting under a blanket of neglect. I wandered further, my fingers brushing against the rough bark of the trees, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath me. The house loomed before me, its facade cracked and weary, as if holding its breath. I approached the door, the wood warm beneath my touch, and pushed it open. The hinges groaned in protest, as if waking from a long slumber. Dust motes danced in the slanting sunlight, swirling in the air like tiny specters. The interior was dim, shadows pooling in corners, and the scent of old wood and musty fabric enveloped me. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight, a mournful song resonating through the empty halls. The air was heavy, thick with stories untold, and I could feel the weight of the silence pressing against my chest. I wandered from room to room, each one a fragment of a life once lived. Faded photographs hung on the walls, their subjects gazing out with hollow eyes, as if trapped in a moment long past. In the living room, a worn-out armchair sat by the fireplace, its fabric frayed and faded. I sank into it, feeling the softness envelop me, as if the chair were welcoming me home. The warmth of the sun spilled through the window, illuminating the dust that hung in the air. I closed my eyes, the stillness wrapping around me like a comforting shroud. Time slipped away, and I drifted in that half-sleep, caught between dreams and reality. In that quiet moment, I felt a shift, a whisper of something just beyond my grasp. It was a gentle caress, like the brush of a cool breeze against my skin. I opened my eyes, and the shadows seemed to dance more vividly, swirling and weaving tales of their own. A flicker of movement caught my eye, and I turned my head, my breath hitching in my throat. A figure stood at the edge of the room, barely discernible in the dim light. It was a woman, her form hazy and indistinct, as if she were made of the very air around her. She wore a long dress that flowed like mist, and her hair fell in waves, framing her face in a halo of softness. There was a tranquility about her, a quiet grace that made my heart ache. I should have felt fear, but instead I was drawn to her, as if she were a part of me. She gazed at me with eyes that shimmered like starlight, filled with a sadness that resonated deep within. In that moment, the weight of the house lifted, and I felt an overwhelming sense of understanding wash over me, as if she were sharing the stories that lingered in the walls. Time stretched and bent, and I found myself transported to another time, another place. I saw glimpses of her life, laughter shared in the sunlight, children playing in the garden, the warmth of companionship. But shadows loomed in those memories too, moments of loss that echoed through the air, intertwining with joy. I was a spectator to her existence, an intruder in her memories, yet I felt the warmth of her spirit wrap around me. The connection was fleeting, a fragile thread that shimmered and faded. I wanted to reach out, to grasp her hand and hold on, but the moment slipped away like water through my fingers. I blinked, and she was gone, leaving only the echo of her presence in the stillness of the room. I sat in the armchair, heart racing, as the weight of the house returned. The air felt thicker now, laden with a sense of loss and longing. I looked around, the photographs on the walls now feeling like silent witnesses to a life that had once thrived here. The echoes of laughter seemed to linger, threading through the silence. And I realized I had not merely witnessed a ghost. I had connected with a fragment of history, a piece of someone who had once lived, loved, and lost. As I stood to leave, the shadows seemed to stretch, reaching for me, as if reluctant to let me go. I stepped outside, the sun now dipping low on the horizon, casting a warm glow over the garden. The air felt different, charged with a palpable energy, as if the house was whispering its secrets to me alone. I walked away slowly, glancing back at the old structure, feeling the weight of its stories settle within me. The street felt somehow altered, as if I had crossed a threshold into another world. I was no longer just a passerby. I was part of a narrative woven through time, a reminder that some stories linger long after the last breath is taken. And as I made my way home, the echoes of the quiet house followed me, a gentle reminder that the past is never truly gone, merely waiting to be remembered. The lonesome path. It was one of those languid afternoons that lingered. The kind where the sun draped itself over everything like a warm blanket, and the world seemed to dissolve into shades of sepia. I found myself walking the old, winding path that snaked through the woods behind my childhood home. The trees towered overhead, their branches tangled like the fingers of forgotten giants, and their leaves whispered secrets as a gentle breeze stirred them. The scent of damp earth mixed with the sweetness of wildflowers, creating an aroma both familiar and elusive. I could feel the soft earth giving way beneath my feet, each step resonating with the distant hum of nature's quiet song. This was a place I had often explored as a child, where my imagination could roam free, and the world felt vast and uncharted. But now, with each footfall, a sense of unease began to settle in, like an unwelcome guest. I remembered the stories my grandmother used to tell me, of the spirits that wandered the woods, lost souls searching for solace among the trees. She spoke of them with a reverence that made the hair on my arms stand on end, her voice low and melodic, as if she were invoking their presence. I had dismissed her tales as mere folklore then, but now they echoed in my mind, swirling around me like the dappled shadows cast by the canopy above. As I continued down the path, I noticed how the sunlight flickered, casting playful patterns on the ground. Each glimmer felt like a fleeting moment of clarity in the growing haze of my thoughts. I paused to take in the surrounding beauty, moss-covered stones, delicate ferns swaying gently, and a nearby stream, its water clear and cold, murmuring softly as it tumbled over rocks. But beneath this serene surface, a tremor of something darker pulsed, an unnameable presence that seemed to shift just beyond the edge of my awareness. I brushed it off, attributing it to the weight of the stories I'd carried with me. Perhaps I was simply too far removed from the innocence of childhood, where shadows were merely the dance of light and dark. The path narrowed as I ventured deeper, the trees closing in like sentinels. With each step, the sunlight waned, and the air grew thick, almost palpable. It was then that I noticed the silence, the kind that envelops you when the world is holding its breath. The birds had ceased their songs, and the rustling leaves fell still. I felt a shiver race down my spine, as if the woods were watching, waiting. I pressed on, drawn by an inexplicable urge. Perhaps it was nostalgia, or the desire to uncover something long buried. I recalled the spot where I had once played, a small clearing where the sunlight poured in like liquid gold. As I approached, the familiarity washed over me, but instead of warmth, I felt an unsettling chill creep along my skin. The clearing lay before me, untouched by time. The same wildflowers bloomed in vibrant patches, their colors vivid against the deep green of the underbrush. But there was something different now. A heaviness clung to the air, thick and sweet, as if the very essence of the place had shifted. I stepped into the clearing, the grass yielding underfoot, and it was then I noticed the figure standing at the edge, half hidden by shadows. A woman, her form ethereal, dressed in a gown that flowed like mist. Her hair billowed around her face, a soft halo catching the light in a way that made her seem both real and not. She was impossibly still, and yet I could feel the weight of her gaze, pinning me in place. I should have turned away, should have fled back down the path, but instead, I found myself rooted, staring into her eyes, dark pools that held the stories of the woods. Memories began to surface, fragments of my childhood. I remembered playing here, the laughter of friends echoing through the trees, the feeling of freedom that came with every adventure. I recalled a moment, a fleeting encounter with a girl I had met in this very clearing, a girl with wild hair and a mischievous smile, who had told me of dreams and daring escapades, of secrets hidden in the woods. I had thought her a figment of my imagination, a companion conjured from the depths of my mind. But as I gazed at the woman before me, a realization settled in my bones. The girl had never truly left, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the forest. She had been here all along, waiting for me to return, waiting for someone to remember. A sigh escaped my lips, a soft sound that seemed to drift between us. I felt the cool breeze wrap around me, carrying with it the scent of earth and decay, mingled with something sweetly familiar. The woman's expression shifted, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, as if she understood my recognition, my awakening. Time slipped away, and I stood there, suspended in the moment. The shadows lengthened around us, and the air thickened with a palpable tension. I could hear the faint whispers of the woods again, the rustling of leaves, the distant murmur of the stream. They seemed to weave in and out of our silence, stitching together the past and the present in a fragile tapestry. But then, a sudden shift. The woman began to fade, her outline blurring like the edges of a dream, slipping into wakefulness. I reached out, instinctively, my fingers brushing against the cool air where she had been, but she was gone, leaving only a lingering chill that settled heavily in my chest. I stood alone in the clearing, the weight of her presence still clinging to me, a reminder of the connection we once shared. I turned to leave, my heart beating steadily, but a part of me felt irrevocably altered, marked by the encounter. The path before me felt both familiar and foreign, as if I were walking in someone else's footsteps. The woods enveloped me as I made my way back, the sun filtering through the trees, casting long shadows that danced at my heels. I could still feel her gaze upon me, the echo of her existence resonating in the silence. With every step, I understood that I had not just wandered into the woods. I had crossed into something beyond. A realm where the past entwined with the present, where the spirits of the lost lingered in the spaces between. As I emerged from the trees, the weight of the world settled back around me, and the sun burst forth in a brilliant display. A path I had walked so many times felt different now, imbued with a sense of freedom, tinged with melancholy. I knew I would return to those woods, to that clearing, perhaps in search of answers, or to simply feel her presence again. But for now, I stepped back into the familiar chaos of life. A quiet dread coiling in my chest, a reminder that some encounters, no matter how fleeting, leave an indelible mark upon the soul. The shifting path. The old road wound through the forest like a forgotten whisper, lined with trees that loomed like sentinels. I had grown fond of walking it in the early evening, when the fading light draped everything in a sepia hue, as if the world itself were fading into memory. I had learned its turns and bends, each step a familiar embrace. Yet on this particular evening, something felt different. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a perfume of decay that clung to the back of my throat. As I walked, I noticed the way the shadows deepened beneath the trees, stretching and bending in ways that seemed to breathe. I had always found solace in these woods, their rustling leaves a lullaby that soothed my restless mind. But tonight, the sounds felt layered, as if whispers lingered just out of reach, spoken by the wind itself. I shook off the feeling, telling myself that I was merely imagining things, that the quiet had been alive with stories long before I had wandered here. The path twisted ahead, obscured by a veil of low-hanging branches. I brushed against them, their bark rough and cool against my fingertips. It reminded me of a summer long ago, spent in a similar forest with my childhood friends. We had played hide-and-seek, our laughter mingling with the chirps of crickets, the rustle of leaves. I had once encountered something in those woods, a fleeting figure that had flitted between trees, a girl with hair like spun silver. I had never spoken of it, even to my closest friends, for the memory felt too delicate, like a fragile glass ornament that might shatter if exposed to too much light. I had thought of that girl often, her face a blur in the corners of my mind. She had seemed so real, yet now, years later, I wondered if she had been a figment of my imagination, a shadow cast by the flickering light of childhood. The thought lingered as I continued along the path, the trees whispering to one another in the gathering dusk. I came upon a clearing, the ground soft with moss and the air still, as if holding its breath. In the center stood a dilapidated gazebo, its wooden slats weathered and gray, vines creeping up its sides like fingers grasping for something lost. I stepped closer, drawn by a sense of belonging that settled over me like a blanket. The gazebo seemed to beckon, its silence a promise of solitude. As I entered, the scent of mildew wafted through the air, mingling with something sweet, reminiscent of flowers long since wilted. I ran my fingers along the railing, feeling the cool dampness seep into my skin. It was here, I remembered, that we had once made up stories about the ghosts that lingered in the woods, spinning tales of lost souls and hidden treasures. The gazebo had been our throne, a kingdom of imagination, where reality blurred with the supernatural. I leaned against the railing, gazing out into the trees. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that danced upon the ground. I felt a sudden chill, the air shifting around me, as if the forest were exhaling. It was then that I noticed a flicker of movement at the edge of the clearing, a pale figure flitting just beyond the reach of the fading light. I squinted, trying to discern its shape, but it melted back into the woods, leaving only a whisper of cool air in its wake. The feeling of being watched crept over me, prickling at the back of my neck. I turned slowly, as if expecting to find someone behind me. But the gazebo stood empty, the forest a tapestry of shadows. I felt my heartbeat quicken, a rhythm that echoed in the silence. I tried to convince myself it was merely the forest's trick, a play of light and dark. But deep down, I could feel the presence of something unseen, a weight pressing against the edges of my awareness. I recalled the stories of ghostly sightings that my friends and I had traded like secrets. They spoke of wanderers lost in time, of figures glimpsed in the corners of one's vision, of whispers carried by the wind. I had always approached such tales with a skeptical mind, but now, standing in the half-light of the gazebo, the stories felt unnervingly tangible. I could almost hear their murmurs blending with the rustle of leaves, a chorus of voices lingering just beyond the veil. A shiver coursed through me, and I stepped back, but my foot caught on the uneven ground. I stumbled, and the world tilted for a brief moment. As I regained my balance, I caught sight of the figure again, more defined this time. It hovered at the tree line, a silhouette against the darkening sky, its form flickering like a candle's flame. It felt familiar, a thread pulling at the edges of my memory. I squinted, straining to see, but it was gone, leaving only the faintest echo of movement. I hesitated, my breath catching in my throat. The impulse to flee surged within me, but something rooted me to the spot, a curiosity mingling with fear. I could almost hear the whispers again, low and melodic, weaving through the branches. They called to something deep within me, something I had buried under the weight of adulthood and reason. The figure felt like a piece of a puzzle I'd forgotten I was searching for. As I stood there, the forest seemed to shift, the shadows deepening, the twilight thickening into a heavy blanket of dusk. It felt as if time had stretched, the world around me, bending and folding like pages in a forgotten book. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the sounds wash over me. The rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the whisper of something just out of reach. When I opened them again, the clearing was still, yet the air felt charged, alive with a tension I couldn't quite place. I took a step back toward the path, but the ground beneath my feet seemed to shift, the way the earth can when a storm is brewing. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the figure again, but the trees stood silent, their secrets hidden in the shadows. With each step away from the gazebo, the sense of unease grew, wrapping around me like a heavy fog. The way back felt unfamiliar, as if the path had morphed into something unrecognizable. I followed the trail with a growing sense of dread, the whispers now a constant murmur, echoing off the trees. My heart raced, the sound of my footsteps loud in the stillness, as if I were intruding upon a sacred silence. As I navigated through the trees, I caught glimpses of flickering light beyond the branches, like fireflies dancing in the dark. It drew me in, a beacon of warmth against the chill of the night. I quickened my pace, but with each step, the light seemed to retreat, the path twisting and turning away from me. My breath came in quick bursts, panic setting in, each rustle of leaves amplifying the dread coiling within me. And then I stopped, breathless, as I realized I had circled back to the gazebo. The wooden structure loomed before me, the air thick with the scent of decay and the lingering sweetness of flowers. A strange calm enveloped me as I stepped inside again, the whispers now a soft chorus, welcoming me back. The figure appeared once more, clearer now, its features illuminated by the fading light, a girl with hair like spun silver, standing just beyond the edge of the clearing. I felt an overwhelming sense of the last light of autumn. The cool air carried a familiar scent as I stepped into the woods behind my childhood home. It was a mix of damp earth and decaying leaves, an aroma that tugged at memories long buried beneath layers of time. With each careful step, the soft crunch of twigs beneath my feet echoed into the silence, a sound that felt almost intrusive. I had always found comfort in these woods. They were a sanctuary, a place where the world felt both close and impossibly far away. Autumn had painted the trees with warm hues, but the sky hung heavy, a slate gray that threatened rain. I had come here seeking solace, a retreat from the chaos of adulthood. The whispers of the past flitted through my mind, mingling with the rustling of leaves. I recalled afternoons spent exploring, building forts from branches and leaves, the laughter of friends still echoing in my ears like a distant song. The further I walked, the more the world seemed to shift. The trees grew denser, their gnarled branches reaching out like crooked fingers, scratching at the low-hanging clouds. A chill brushed against my skin, a gentle reminder that I was not alone. I paused, taking a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill my lungs. It was in these moments that I often felt the presence of something unseen, something lingering just at the edge of my awareness. As I ventured deeper, I found the old clearing, a place where sunlight used to dance through the branches, illuminating the ground in patches of gold. Now, It was shrouded in shadow, an unsettling stillness hanging in the air. I could almost hear the laughter of children, the echoes of our games threading through the trees, but the sound was swallowed by the thickening silence. In the center of the clearing stood a stone, worn and weathered, its surface slick with moss. I approached it, drawn by an inexplicable urge, my fingers grazing its cool surface. The stone was familiar. I had touched it countless times as a child, but now it felt different, heavier somehow, as if it bore the weight of the years. I closed my eyes, letting memories wash over me like the crisp autumn breeze. And then I felt it, a presence just behind me, a gentle tug at the back of my mind, a whisper of something that felt both familiar and strange. I turned slowly, scanning the trees, but the woods remained still. My heart quickened, a flutter of unease settling in my stomach. It was a feeling I had known before, a sense of being watched, though I could see no one. I took a step back, but the air grew thicker, wrapping around me like a fog. The chill deepened, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. The shadows between the trees seemed to shift, twisting into shapes that flickered at the edges of my vision. I recalled stories from my childhood, ghosts that wandered the woods, lost souls searching for something they could never find. They had always seemed like mere tales, a way to scare children into behaving. But now I wondered. With each breath, the atmosphere thickened, and the whispers grew louder, filling my ears with a cacophony of half-formed thoughts. They were faint but insistent, as if the air itself was trying to convey a message. I could not discern the words, but the urgency was palpable, pressing against my chest like a weight. I stepped forward, drawn by the pull of the unseen. As I walked, I felt the coolness of the earth beneath my feet, the dampness seeping into my shoes. The trees began to close in, their trunks standing like sentinels, watching my every move. The whispers intensified, a rush of sound that felt like a warning. I turned again, the clearing now a distant memory behind me. I was moving deeper into the woods, away from the safety of familiarity, yet unable to resist the call. The path twisted and turned, branches snapping back like fingers, leaving bruises on my arms as I pushed through. Shadows danced around me, their movements almost playful, yet I felt an underlying tension in their presence. It was as if the very air thickened with anticipation, drawing me forward into the unknown. I stumbled upon an old cabin, its wooden frame sagging with age. The door hung slightly ajar, creaking softly in the wind. A sense of dread washed over me, but curiosity pulled me closer. The cabin had not been there before, at least not in my memory. I stood at the threshold, the darkness within beckoning like an old friend. The whispers fell silent, replaced by the sound of my own heartbeat, steady and loud against the quiet. With a deep breath, I crossed the threshold. The interior was dim, the light filtering through grime-covered windows, casting muted shadows across the floorboards. Dust motes floated lazily in the air, and the scent of mildew wrapped around me like a shroud. Each step felt heavy, the floor creaking beneath my weight, as if protesting my intrusion. I scanned the room, taking in the remnants of a life once lived. Faded photographs hanging askew on the walls. Furniture draped in dusty sheets. And a fireplace lined with ashes long cold. A chill ran through me, a fleeting sensation of being watched. I was not alone, though I could see no one. Then a flicker in the corner of my eye caught my attention. I turned, and there, in the shadows, stood a figure. It was indistinct, just a suggestion of form, but I could feel its presence, a weight that pressed against the air around me. My heart raced, but fear had dulled its edge, replaced by a profound sense of familiarity. I blinked, and the figure seemed to shimmer, like a mirage in the fading light. It was then that I recognized the shape, a feeling of warmth flooding through me. This was no stranger. I had known this presence once, long ago. Memories surged forth, laughter, the warmth of a hand in mine, the echo of a name that danced just beyond the threshold of memory. The figure shifted, and I felt a rush of longing, a desire to bridge the gap that separated us. I reached out, fingers trembling, but the air between us felt thick, unyielding. It was as if time itself had twisted, stretching the moments into something ungraspable. I could feel the weight of unspoken words, a history that lingered in the silence. As I stood there, caught between the past and present, the whispers returned, soft and insistent, wrapping around me like a blanket. They were not meant to frighten, they were a reminder. The figure seemed to nod, a gentle acknowledgement of the bond we shared, a tether that tied me to this place and to those who had come before. With a shuddering breath, I took a step back, the connection breaking like a fragile thread. The figure began to fade, dissolving into the shadows, leaving behind a lingering warmth in the air. I stood alone in the cabin, the weight of absence settling heavily around me. The whispers quieted, retreating into the depths of the woods. I turned to leave, the path back through the trees feeling both familiar and foreign. The air was lighter now, but the chill remained, a reminder of what I had encountered. The woods, once a refuge, now felt like a bridge to something I could not fully comprehend. Each step echoed with a sense of freedom, a release from the burdens I had carried, yet the taste of dread lingered at the edges of my mind. As I emerged from the trees, the world opened up before me, the sky. Whispers of the past. The old house had always been an anchor of curiosity in our small town, its weathered facade standing sentry at the end of a narrow lane, embraced by a thicket of birch and pine. As a child, I often found myself drawn to it, the way a moth is to a flickering light. I remember its peeling paint, a faded blue that had once glimmered under the sun, now dulled by time and neglect. The windows, with their cracked panes, looked like watchful eyes, always observing, never revealing. I had heard the stories, of course. They flitted through the air like autumn leaves, tales of a woman in white who wandered the upstairs hallways. Her presence felt more than seen. It was said that she had once lived there, long before the town was built around her sanctuary. As a child, I dismissed it as mere folklore, a cloak of fantasy draped over the mundane. Yet, there was a gnawing curiosity, an urge to uncover the truth nestled within those aged walls. One summer evening, emboldened by the languid warmth of the setting sun, I crossed the threshold. A door, surprisingly unhinged, creaked softly as I pushed it open, revealing a dimly lit foyer, the air stale and heavy. Dust motes danced lazily in the fading light, swirling around me, as if the house itself was breathing. My fingertips grazed the banister, splintered and cold, sending a shiver up my spine, a reminder of the lives once lived here. The floorboards groaned beneath my weight, the sound echoing in the stillness. I stepped carefully, each footfall a soft thud, my senses sharpened, aware of the shadows that pooled in corners and the faint whisper of the wind outside. As I wandered deeper into the house, I felt a strange tug at my memory, like the faint scent of lilacs on a summer breeze, familiar yet elusive. In the parlor, the remnants of a forgotten life lay scattered. A moth-eaten armchair, its fabric frayed and faded, a tarnished mirror that reflected only the shadows around me. I reached out to touch the glass, my fingers brushing against its cool surface, a fleeting thought of who had gazed into it last, washing over me. The air thickened, the silence amplifying the soft rustle of the curtains, stirring in a breeze that felt almost too purposeful, too alive. I made my way to the staircase, the wood beneath me groaning in protest. As I ascended, the atmosphere shifted, an electric charge weaving through the air, awakening something dormant within the house. The second floor was cloaked in darkness, the only light filtering through a small window at the end of the hall. As I approached, a sudden chill enveloped me, the kind that seeps into your bones and lingers, and I paused, heart thrumming in my chest. The room beyond the door stood ajar, an invitation I could scarcely resist. I pushed it open slowly, the hinges protesting with a mournful creak. Inside, a faint scent of lavender hung in the air, a fragrance that felt like a memory stirring just out of reach. The room was small, furnished with a delicate bed, its quilt a faded tapestry of flowers. A rocking chair sat in the corner, gently swaying as if it had just been occupied. I stepped further inside, my breath catching as I noticed the walls, adorned with photographs that seemed to gaze back at me. They were sepia-toned, their edges curling with age, capturing fleeting moments of joy. I lingered on one in particular, a woman with soft features and a serene smile, her eyes twinkling with secrets. She seemed familiar, though I couldn't place her. There was a quiet warmth in her gaze, as if she were inviting me into her world. Suddenly, a sound drew my attention, a soft whisper, barely audible, yet undeniably present. It drifted through the room, a gentle caress against my skin. I turned, scanning the space, but found only shadows and silence. The air felt charged, thick with anticipation, and I stepped back, uncertainty gnawing at me. As I turned to leave, a memory flickered to life. My grandmother, her voice a soothing balm, recounting tales of the past. She had often spoken of the woman who had once lived in the house, a spirit tied to the very fabric of its existence. The realization washed over me, a shroud of understanding settling around my shoulders. The woman in the photograph, the whispers that had brushed against my ears, they were not mere figments of my imagination. They were echoes of a life that once thrived within these walls. I stood frozen, caught between worlds, the air heavy with unspoken words. The rocking chair creaked softly, and I felt a shiver run down my spine, as if someone had drawn near. There was no fear, only an overwhelming sense of longing, as if I were being beckoned to remember something vital, something lost. In that moment, I understood the nature of the house. It was not just a relic of the past, but a vessel for memories. Each creak of the floorboards, each flicker of the shadows, a testament to the lives that had come and gone. I took a step forward, drawn to the window where the last rays of sunlight poured in, illuminating the dust that hung in the air like a fine mist. Outside, the world continued, oblivious to the stories woven into the very bones of the house. As I looked out, I felt the weight of time pressing down upon me. The trees swayed gently in the wind, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. And I wondered how many others had stood here, caught in the web of nostalgia, a longing for a connection that transcended the boundaries of life and death. With each breath, I felt the past intertwining with the present, and I knew that I was not alone. The woman in the photograph was still here, her spirit lingering, watching, and perhaps waiting. I took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of lavender once more, letting it wrap around me like a comforting embrace. It was time to leave. As I stepped back into the hallway, the air shifted again, a final whisper brushing against my cheek. I turned, but the room remained still, the shadows deepening, holding their secrets close. The house sighed, a soft exhalation of relief, or perhaps resignation. I walked down the staircase, each step a gentle farewell, the weight of the past receding as I opened the door and stepped back into the world beyond. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, a quiet promise that tomorrow would come. Yet, as I turned to glance at the house one last time, I could have sworn I saw a figure at the window, a flicker of movement that vanished as quickly as it appeared. I walked away, the sound of my footsteps swallowed by the night, carrying with me the echoes of a past that would forever linger in the corners of my mind. Quiet company. There is a stillness that blankets the woods behind my childhood home, a thick silence punctuated only by the soft rustle of leaves. I often wandered those paths, the sun filtering through the branches like liquid gold, unaware of the whispers that lingered beneath the surface. As a child, I felt invincible, cloaked in the innocence of summer days, unaware of the weighty history that clung to the air like mist. Now, as an adult, I find myself returning to that place, drawn by an inexplicable pull, as if the very earth is calling me back. The house, once vibrant with laughter, now stands solemnly against the encroaching forest. Its windows are like weary eyes, clouded and staring into the depths of the woods, where shadows twist and curl like smoke. Each step toward the door stirs a memory, a game of hide and seek, the thrill of discovery. But those memories are heavy now, burdened with the shadows of things best left unexamined. I push the door open, the familiar creak echoing in the quiet. Dust dances in the beams of afternoon light, drifting lazily like a forgotten dream. The air is thick with the scent of aged wood and something else, something elusive that prickles at the back of my mind. I remember my mother's voice, warning me about the woods, her eyes flickering with unspoken fears. There were tales she would share, hushed whispers of figures glimpsed from the corner of one's eye, fleeting shadows that darted between the trees. I thought she was simply trying to keep me close, but now as I stand in the doorway, the gravity of her words settles over me like a shroud. I step inside, the floorboards groaning beneath my weight. Each step is a reminder of my childhood, but also a reminder that time has not been kind. The walls are lined with fading photographs, faces smiling out at me, their laughter now silenced. I trace my fingers over the frames, feeling the texture of the dust, the coolness of the glass. There's a deep ache in my chest as I remember the warmth of their presence, the way they filled the spaces of this home with life. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something remains, lingering like a half-formed thought just beyond my reach. With a hesitant breath, I venture deeper into the house. The kitchen, once bustling with activity, is now a hollow shell. The old table still stands, its surface marred with scratches, each one a reminder of meals shared and stories told. I run my hand across the table, feeling the roughness beneath my fingertips, as if the wood holds the echoes of laughter, the ghosts of conversations long past. As I prepare to leave the kitchen, a soft draft brushes against my cheek, stirring the hair at the nape of my neck. The air feels different now, charged with an energy I can't explain. I pause, listening. The house seems to breathe around me, the walls creaking softly, as if the very structure is alive. I wonder if I am alone, or if there are others who still linger here, drawn by the remnants of what once was. The thought unsettles me, yet it's also oddly comforting. I remember the stories of those who had wandered into the woods, their silhouettes glimpsed in the twilight, not quite human, not quite shadow. I had dismissed them as mere tales, a means of captivating a child's imagination. But now, as I stand in the fading light, I can't help but feel that there is truth woven into the fabric of those stories. I decide to explore the backyard, the garden once bursting with color now a tangle of weeds and wildflowers. I step outside, the cool air brushing against my skin like a gentle caress. The world is still here, but it feels muted, as if the vibrancy has bled out, leaving only remnants behind. I make my way toward the edge of the woods, where the trees stand like sentinels, their trunks thick and gnarled. As I approach the tree line, a chill runs down my spine. The sunlight barely penetrates the dense foliage, casting an eerie twilight over the ground. I take a cautious step forward, the crunch of twigs underfoot echoing in the stillness. The air shifts around me, and I can almost hear a whisper, a soft sigh as if the trees themselves are exhaling a long-held breath. I hesitate, caught between the familiar and the unknown. The shadows deepen, and for a moment I feel as though I am being watched. My heart quickens, a primal instinct urging me to retreat. But curiosity tugs at me, pulling me forward, deeper into the embrace of the woods. I remember the stories my mother told me about the spirits who wandered, lost yet bound to this world, caught between realms. As I step further in, I notice something at the base of an ancient oak, its roots sprawling like fingers into the earth. It is a small clearing, and at its center lies a stone, worn and weathered by time. I approach it slowly, an inexplicable sense of reverence washing over me. The stone is cool to the touch, rough and unyielding beneath my fingertips. I trace the engravings, symbols I cannot decipher, yet they feel strangely familiar, as if they resonate within me. In that moment, I feel a presence beside me, subtle yet undeniable. The air thickens, charged with a weight that is both unsettling and strangely welcoming. I close my eyes, allowing the sensations to wash over me. The whispering leaves and the distant call of a bird, creating a symphony of sound that envelops me. I can almost sense a figure standing just out of sight, an unseen companion lingering in the periphery of my vision. A shiver skitters down my spine, and I open my eyes, scanning the surroundings. The trees stand resolute, their trunks casting long shadows that stretch toward me. For a fleeting moment, I glimpse a shape, a flicker of white, barely more than a wisp. It dances just beyond the edge of my vision, teasing me, beckoning me to follow. I hesitate, heart pounding, caught in the grip of uncertainty. But the pull is too strong. I take a step forward, then another, moving deeper into the woods, guided by a force that feels ancient and wise. The shadows shift, and I feel the presence beside me, a soft warmth that envelops me like a blanket. It's a comfort I didn't know I craved, an understanding that transcends words. I am not alone here. As I move further, the trees close around me, their branches intertwining above, creating a canopy that filters the fading light. The world outside fades, replaced by a hushed stillness that feels alive with stories. I can almost hear them, the echoes of those who wandered these paths before me, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. I come to a halt, breathless, standing in the heart of the woods. The air vibrates with a quiet energy, and I close my eyes once more, surrendering to the moment. The presence beside me feels like a whisper of a memory, both familiar and foreign. I sense the weight of history, the stories of those who walked this ground before, their spirits woven into the very fabric of the earth. In that stillness, I understand. I am a part of this place, woven into its story, just as they are. The realization washes over me like a gentle tide, and I breathe it in deeply, feeling the warmth of connection wrap around me like an embrace. I am not merely an observer. I am a thread in the... That was tonight's collection from Dr. Gloom. If it kept you company, consider liking, sharing, and subscribing. Rest well and dream deeper.